Evanston Red Devil football is on the air. The smallest and most remotely situated Class 4A high school in Wyoming boldly takes on all challengers from across the vast, windswept plains and snow-capped mountains of the ruggedly beautiful Cowboy State. Big O Tires of Evanston presents Red Devils football on KNYN FM 99.1 The Big Dog with live streaming video online at k-9radio.com. Evanston Red Devils football brought to you by Castle Rock Chevrolet, Old West Design, Big O Tires of Evanston, Western Wyoming Community College, Old West Media, Best Western Dunbar Inn, the Legal Tender Restaurant, UNFOC's #1 education center, and by T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Attention Evanston fans, pitchforks will rise. Let's now go live to the play-by-play voice of the Red Devils, A.P. Harold. If you love food, the Main Street Deli should be your best friend. Open breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Enjoy smothered spuds like the Henderson Street, a baked potato topped with diced chicken breast, crumbled bacon, diced tomatoes, and cheddar cheese, all topped with sour cream and diced green onions. With a selection of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you'll find it all from burgers to deli specialties. The Main Street Deli can also cater any size event and can custom create cupcakes. Main Street Deli, 1025 Main Street in Evanston. Great food for great people.
streaming. And let's see, go.
Evanston Red Devil football is on the air. The smallest and most remotely situated Class 4A high school in Wyoming boldly takes on all challengers from across the vast, windswept plains and snow-capped mountains of the ruggedly beautiful Cowboy State. Big O Tires of Evanston presents Red Devils football on KNYN FM 99.1 The Big Dog with live streaming video online at k-9radio.com. Evanston Red Devils football brought to you by Castle Rock Chevrolet, Old West Design, Big O Tires of Evanston, Western Wyoming Community College, Old West Media, Best Western Dunbar Inn, the Legal Tender Restaurant, UNFOC's #1 education center, and by T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Attention Evanston fans, pitchforks will rise. Let's now go live to the play-by-play voice of the Red Devils, AP Harold.
And a very pleasant good evening to you folks. Apologize for some technical difficulties here in Cheyenne. AP Harold welcoming you to the Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show. Main Street Deli, great food for great people. Tonight, Evanston faces the Cheyenne South Bison here at Frontier Field at Bison Stadium in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock. The Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show continues next. You are listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
If you love food, the Main Street Deli should be your best friend. Open breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Enjoy smothered spuds like the Henderson Street, a baked potato topped with diced chicken breast, crumbled bacon, diced tomatoes, and cheddar cheese, all topped with sour cream and diced green onions. With a selection of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you'll find it all from burgers to deli specialties. The Main Street Deli can also cater any size event and can custom create cupcakes. Main Street Deli, 1025 Main Street in Evanston. Great food for great people.
Welcome back to the Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show. We've got an exciting Class 4A season opener tonight between the host Cheyenne South Bison and your Road Warriors from Evanston. When we return, we'll set the scene for this evening's contest, courtesy of our friends at Aspen Grove Nursery. You're listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
Summer's at an end, but that doesn't mean you can't start planning for next year's garden. Have Aspen Grove Nursery help you. We can answer any of your winterizing questions concerning your yard and your plants. We also have a selection of autumn and winter flowering bulbs that will have your next year's garden blooming with excitement. And when the snow flies this winter, Aspen Grove Nursery can help you with your snow removal. Aspen Grove Nursery. We know what grows. Call Aspen Grove Nursery today, 307-789-2775. That's 307-789-2775.
And welcome back, folks, to Frontier Field and Cheyenne, Wyoming. Tonight, the Red Devils challenge the Cheyenne South Bison alongside analyst David Rowetter. I'm AP Harold, and David, tonight we've got 3 keys to the game for the Red Devils to get a victory. Number 1, experience. Talk about that.
Yeah, the Red Devils have 16 seniors coming back, a lot of experience. They've got 5 or 6 key people. And we think that that's going to be one of the keys to the game tonight.
Another one is who strikes first. Talk about the importance of getting on the board.
Well, you know, the first preseason game, our first game of the season, these kids are nervous. They're coming out here. And I believe whoever scores first and gets some momentum going will have an advantage.
And finally, David, the weather could play an issue.
Well, one of the reasons we're sitting right now in a little bit of rain here. And the field is good. It's got a turf field. There shouldn't be any problem with traction, but if rain comes down and make the ball a little slick, and the wind was high, it was running pretty high here, and now it's slowed down. So I don't think we'll have a wind issue.
That's the scene for tonight's game. The good folks at Aspen Grove Nursery have said it, and Aspen Grove Nursery, they know what grows. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock between your young men from Evanston and the homestanding Bison of Cheyenne South. Next, we'll visit with some special guests from back in Uintah County to gather a prediction for tonight's season opener. You're listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
UNBOCE's #1 Education Center's College and Career Readiness Department can help anyone who needs to improve literacy, math, or writing skills. If you are looking to improve your education, UNBOCE's #1 Education Center's College and Career Readiness Center is for you. We offer programs and testing for basic education, family literacy, and workplace readiness. Change your life. Contact Diane White or Shannon Williams at 307-789-5742 to get started today.
Here's a question for you. How do you feel about your smile? Are there things about it you wish you could change? Maybe you can. At Bear River Dental, we want to see your smile, and our unique services can help you get the smile you've always wanted. So be happy. Your perfect smile is just around the corner. Come see us today for your free smile consultation, only at Bear River Dental.
And welcome back, folks, to the Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show. Earlier this week, we talked to numerous Red Devil pigskin aficionados to gather predictions for tonight's matchup at Cheyenne South.
Hey, this is Wayne over at Big O Tires. Game day prediction: Evanston Red Devils 21, Cheyenne South 14.
This is Tammy Spruill from Sunfresh Laundro. I think the Evanston Red Devils is going to smear the Bison 27-3.
Hi, I'm Cheyenne Duran, and I think the Red Devils are going to crush the Cheyenne Bison.
I'm Crystal Rowan, a senior at Evanston High School, and we're going to beat them.
I'm Hayden Bomer. I'm a senior, and I think we're going to beat Cheyenne South 35-7.
I'm Nick Delgado. I'm a freshman at Evanston High School, and I think we're going to beat Cheyenne 27-14.
I'm Chris Rose, and I think we're going to beat Bison by, probably pretty good last night.
I'm Abby Frakes. I'm a senior at Evanston High School, and we're going to beat the Bisons, Evanston 27, Bison 17.
I'm Harley Woolsey. I'm a freshman at Evanston High School. I think we're going to beat Cheyenne.
Hi, this is Briar Trussell, assistant manager at Smith's Food and Drug in Evanston. I'm new to the area. I'm actually from Utah, but I predict that the Red Devils are going to win 20-7 over Cheyenne South. Go Red Devils!
Hi, this is Nancy Van Syke from Smith's, and I think the Red Devils are going to take it 13-10. Go Devils!
Well, there you have it, folks. The fans have spoken on our Red Devil game day predictions. Coming up next, we'll visit with an EHS alum to check out what's been happening since graduation. That's in our Where Are They Now segment, brought to you by Anna's on Main Street, where we guarantee you'll be back for more. Anna's smoothies and Mexican food are top shelf, folks. This is the Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show. You're listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
As you know, vehicles require maintenance to run properly. Brakes, differential, cooling systems, transmissions, and power steering each require fluid. Vehicles also have lots of parts: fuel lines, brakes and headlights, wipers, and more. And don't forget oil changes. For all your vehicle tune-ups and maintenance, trust the professionals at Big O Tires of Evanston.
Hey, this is Dennis down here at Big O Tires, 607 West Cheyenne Drive. Just give us a call, make an appointment, and we'd love to see you.
Big O Tires of Evanston, the team you trust.
Wrecking your car can be a real headache, not to mention the stress. Whether you've had major damage or a fender bender, we can fix it. Let us relieve the stress. We'll work directly with your insurance company and have you back up and running quickly. Plus, we guarantee our work. Stop in for an estimate today. It only takes about 10 minutes and it's free. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, across from the cemetery. 789-2639.
And welcome back, folks, to the Main Street Deli at Red Devils pregame show. Tonight, Evanston faces Cheyenne South. Kickoff set for 7. Now time to catch up with an EHS alum. Where Are They Now? Brought to you by Anna's on Main Street. And after a brief timeout, we'll visit with former Red Devils quarterback Rocky Seal right here on the Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN FM 99.1 and live online at k-9radio.com.
In Evanston, there's a restaurant that knows exactly what you're craving by creating quality, homemade, authentic Mexican food. It's Anna's on Main Street. Indulge in homemade tamales, burritos, tacos, and even choose from gluten-free options. Anna's on Main Street will satisfy all your food and juice bar desires. Treat yourself to freshly made juice at the juice bar, or enjoy one of the many selections of smoothies Anna's on Main Street has to offer. Open 7 days a week. Anna's on Main Street, 927 Main Street, Evanston. We guarantee you'll be back for more.
And welcome back to the Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show. And we are going to now hear from former Red Devils quarterback Rocky Seal.
Our guest on Where Are They Now is Rocky Seal, the starting quarterback on the 1985 Evanston Red Devils state championship team. Rocky, thanks for your time.
Oh, you bet. Glad to be here.
That magical 85 season is now 29 autumns ago. What do you remember most about that team?
Probably the camaraderie. We came together in 8th grade. Most everybody on that team played 8th grade on together, so I had a lot of camaraderie on that team.
Rocky, you've taken your natural leadership skills and applied them in the sales arena of the energy industry. Tell us about your professional life.
I went on to Montana Tech and got a degree in petroleum engineering, and then worked in the oil fields for quite a number of years. And the last, I guess maybe 8 years, I've been doing more technical sales type work. So designing horizontal completions is kind of what I do now.
How did your experience as an athlete for EHS prepare you for success in the business world?
The teamwork and knowing how to work inside of teams and being part of teams and where to work together was the biggest part of it. There's a lot of things that I learned both my junior and senior year at Evanston that's taken me a long ways in the business world, for sure. Everybody needs to learn those lessons from a team aspect.
Our guest on Where Are They Now is former Red Devil gridiron standout Rocky Seal. Rocky, Wyoming has been described as a small town with very long streets. When you meet other folks from the Cowboy State, does there exist a bond that perhaps two Californians might not share?
Oh, absolutely. I guess I've been in the Houston area now for coming up on 16 years, and whenever I see a Wyoming plate, I pull up beside them to see if I know them. And ironically, sometimes I do. I ran across a Wyoming sticker on a car here about a year ago, but I pulled up next to it, and it was a girl I went to grade school with in Gillette. So it's definitely true.
Obviously, tackle football is not a sport you play recreationally, but I'm guessing that you found other ways to stay in shape.
Yeah, I do a lot of running, a lot of road races, 5Ks, 5 miles, but occasional 10K, but mostly running. And I've got some children now, so I help coach their baseball now and again. That keeps me in pretty good shape.
Rocky, Evanston currently has the smallest enrollment of any 4A Wyoming high school. When you were in school, we were a 3A team. Opinion is split over whether we belong back in 3A or, as we currently are, the smallest 4A school. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's been a number of years since I've been there, and I was pretty fortunate to come up through those early 80 years. We were small. I forget what exactly our enrollment was my senior year. It was around 720, plus or minus. And then I think that either the year or two after they went to 4A, but played the 4A teams and, all the sports, and we were very competitive, and most of the time we beat them in football. So to elaborate on it now, I'm not sure, but I think Evanston has always supported a lot of athletic talent, so I think they could be competitive at either Class 3A or 4A.
Rocky, what do you recall most about playing for the legendary K Fackrell?
He was a great coach to play for. He got the best out of all of the teams that we had in 83, 84, 85. That 83 team, they were pretty big, so they weren't outmanned. But the 84 and 85 team, we were extremely small. And Fackrell just had a way of motivating you and utilizing the talent that we had to get the most out of the team. We weren't big, but we had a lot of speed and we knew how to use it. Remember, my junior year, we were outmanned against Jackson. Powell was huge. And Star Valley was a big team. Rock Springs was a big team, and we ended up competing with those guys, and we stuck together as a team and played as a team, and at the end of the game, we were still in it and had a chance to win it. We ended up pulling it out. See, he just got the most out of his players.
And finally, Rocky, how about a message to the 2014 Evanston Red Devils?
Oh, best of luck. I hope you guys win it all and play together as a team, have fun, and you seniors, and even you younger classmen, when you get into high school, you think it's going to last forever. Man, it goes by fast, so enjoy it.
That's Red Devil legend Rocky Seal, your starting QB on the 85 state title team, and now a top energy industry sales executive. Rocky, thanks so much.
Thank you.
And welcome back, folks, to the Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show. Thanks so much to former Red Devils quarterback Rocky Seal for joining us for this week's edition of Where Are They Now? Brought to you by the good folks at Anna's on Main Street, where when it comes to authentic Mexican food and fresh smoothies, we guarantee you'll be back for more. Next, we'll visit with the chief executives for tonight's two teams on the NGL Connections Pat Fackrell pregame coaches show, right here on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at K-9radio.com.
The vehicle parts you need when you need them at the newly expanded parts department at Castle Rock Chevrolet in Evanston. Genuine GM and aftermarket parts. Parts for all vehicles, from ranch hand grill guards to running boards, from alternators to transmissions. If Castle Rock doesn't have it now, it'll be here by tomorrow. And Castle Rock offers free delivery within 50 miles.
We're Castle Rock.
If you want, we can install most accessories within 24 hours. CastleRockChevy.com.
K-9radio.com is Southwest Wyoming and Northeast Utah's most visited website and the best source for local area news, weather, sports, and community events. And that's not all. K-9radio.com features thousands of photographs of Wyoming and Utah high school events, from speech and drama competitions to local events, sports and activities, and much more. Check it out today and see what K-9radio.com has for you.
And welcome back, folks, to the pregame show brought to you by the good people at Main Street Deli. And just a programming heads up, 28 minutes now until kickoff. It's been delayed a little bit here, some thunder, some lightning, and funny how things work out. We had some difficulties getting our broadcast going, so the timing, at least from our perspective, is going to work out pretty well. It's now time for the Pat Fackrell pregame coaches show, brought to you by our good friends at NGL Connections. At NGL Connections, we're ready when you are. Earlier today, I sat down with Cheyenne South head coach Tracy Pugh to get his thoughts on the Bison opening this season at home versus Evanston, and then caught up with the Red Devils' Pat Fackrell to discuss opening here in the Cowboy State southeastern corner. Those interviews are next after this word from NGL Connections on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at K-9radio.com.
Hi, this is Jason from NGL Connection. You're aware that we provide amazing internet service, but we also offer computer repair and sales. We service business and residential computers, and we even offer flat rates on most repairs. Stop by and let us fix your computer. No appointment necessary. Stop by at 933 Main Street in Evanston. Walk-ins are welcome. Locally owned and operated. NGL Connection. We're ready when you are.
It's now time to hear from the fine head coach of the Cheyenne South Bison, Tracy Pugh.
Our pregame guest tonight is the fine head coach of the Cheyenne High South Bison, Tracy Pugh. Coach, thanks for your time.
Hey, thanks for calling.
Let's start with the Tracy Pugh file. Where were you born and where did you go to high school and college?
I was born in a small town called Melbourne, Iowa College at Central College, Pella, Iowa, Division III school. Football there for a guy named Ron Gipper.
What led you to pursue the demanding but exhilarating life of a football coach?
In college, our offensive coordinator, even though I was the defensive side of the ball, our offensive coordinator was my advisor through the PE department, and he kind of took me under his wing and thought, well, this is something I want to do. I kind of want to emulate Coach Bowser, and that ended up being what I was doing. So I got my education degree and started coaching football in 1993.
Coach, South, one of the newer high schools in the Cowboy State, discussed the challenges of building a program from the ground up.
Well, number one, when we started, we didn't have a senior class. We had a couple kids that are still playing Black Hills. We had a couple of those guys ended up being pretty good seniors for us, and they kind of built what we're trying to use now as the foundation for how we play the game. We kind of leaned on them when they were seniors and told them, although you don't see it right now, what you guys are instilling in this program is going to carry forward for years. And now I think the kids here now are starting to see what the benefit those young men did at that time and how hard they worked.
Coach, both Cheyenne South and Evanston obviously want to improve on last season. How important is it for your ball club to get off to a solid start in 2014?
Well, I think it's important for any ball club, not just here at South, but I think it's important in any ball club. It seems like talking with a wrestling coach, TJ Castillion, and the school year just runs a little smoother when you have a good football season. So it's one of those things that we look forward to. The kids are working hard, and we think we have opportunities this year.
Our
Our guest on the NGL Connections pregame coaches show is Tracy Pugh of Cheyenne South. Coach, who are some of the young men fans back in Uinta County should know about in your ball club?
One that they didn't see a year ago, but we'll have watched on our last couple games was Austin Barker at our quarterback spot. He didn't play at the varsity level against them last year, but we brought him in against East Game 3, and he was just a sophomore at that time, and he made some progress. And then they would know Jake Graff, who played linebacker, fullback for us a year ago. A couple of our offensive and defensive linemen, Micah Berkey coming back on the line, and Nick Bailey, who was our center last year, we moved him out to our tackle spot. So they'll know.
Coach, tell us a little bit about your home field, its name, its layout, game day traditions, that kind of thing.
Turf field a year ago, and I'm an old school guy, so that's a little bit of a shock for me, putting that turf down on that nice grass. But we got our turf a year ago, and I think it really looked nice. The folks in the community really take a lot of pride in how our stadium looks, and I think that the point of emphasis is how things look, how they appear. It's really quite an atmosphere here. I think the way the kids have responded, the way the community's responded, I think that everybody here is proud of.
Coach, what do you know about Pat Fackrell's Red Devils?
I know they're going to be extremely tough, and they're going to be extremely physical. Usually a football team will take on the attitude of their coach. If they do that, then we're in for a rough night, because Pat's a good friend of mine in coaching, and I tell you what, there's not many more guys more passionate than Pat about their program, and there's not many guys out there that are going to be a lot tougher than Pat.
And finally, Coach, your sport, football, arguably the ultimate team game. And since very few high school players get the chance to compete at the next level, it's fundamentally about developing young men to be solid leaders in the community and first-rate husbands and fathers. Discuss the awesome responsibility to which you and your staff have been entrusted.
We want them better sons first. First and foremost, you got to be a good boy. You got to be good to your parents. You got to be good to your brothers and sisters, and that's what we try to do. And then we tell them they need to be a good student. And then, like you mentioned, eventually that'll rub off, and they will be a better member of society and a better father or a better soldier, whatever they choose to do. And those are things that we try to instill. There's going to come a time where you're staring against something, and it's not going to be easy to take on, and you got to go relate back to football. And there's going to be a point in time in football where you're going to be staring across the line from a guy who may be bigger or stronger than you, but for the next 4 or 5 seconds, you're going to have to prove to him that you're tougher than him.
That's Tracy Pugh, the head coach of the Cheyenne South Bison. Best wishes tonight, Coach.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back, folks, to the Red Devils pregame show brought to you by the good people at Main Street Deli. That was Cheyenne South head coach Tracy Pugh. Kickoff, I would say generally at this time, is fast approaching. We're at least 22 minutes away, folks. Wyoming, as you well know, whether you're in the southeastern corner or the southwestern corner, any point in between, the weather can be dicey any time of the year, even in late summer. We've had rain, we've had wind, we have had storm clouds, lightning, thunder. Of course, the lightning is the main issue. I've got the very capable Caroline Goik, who is counting the seconds between the thunder and the lightning to see if it's moving away or closer to us. But we're at least 22 minutes away from kickoff. The Pat Fackrell pregame coaches show, of course, is brought to you by our good friends at NGL Connections here on the Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show. Next, we will indeed visit with Evanston's Pat Fackrell on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN, the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, and live online at k-9radio.com.
Western Wyoming Community College is your choice for quality, affordable higher education in southwestern Wyoming and the Rocky Mountain West. Western offers more than 60 associate's degrees and 26 certificate programs in business, health science, humanities, math, engineering and science, visual and performing arts, and technology and industry. Wherever you are and whatever your goal, Western Wyoming Community College is your choice for education that makes a difference. Because we are where you are.
Eating, sleeping, breathing, moving. We all do it. It's called living. But as we age, those seemingly mundane daily basics take their toll on our bodies via oxidative stress. Fight back. Supplement with all-natural Pro Tandem, a revolutionary clinically tested plant-based formula proven to reduce oxidative stress by an average of 40% in just 30 days. You take care of your car, your home, your money, but what about you? Supplement with Pro Tandem. Click on the telegram to health that you'll find at any of the sites at mylocalradio.com.
Welcome back to the Main Street Deli Red Devils pregame show. I'm AP Harold. This is the NGL Connections pregame coaches show, and we'll chat with Evanston head coach Pat Fackrell right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
Hi, this is Jason from NGL Connection. You're aware that we provide amazing internet service, but we also offer computer repair and sales. We service business and residential computers, and we even offer flat rates on most repairs. Stop by and let us fix your computer. No appointment necessary. Stop by at 933 Main Street in Evanston. Walk-ins are welcome. Locally owned and operated. NGL Connection. We're ready when you are.
Pre-game now with the lead Red Devil head coach Pat Fackrell. Coach, this is to what all the off-season workouts and weight training and several weeks of grueling practices have been pointing, the season opener.
We're excited it's here. Our kids have worked very hard, not only in spring through their summer months, and we had a great football preseason camp. And so we're excited it's here, and we can kind of match up against somebody other than our same color of jersey.
I think a neutral handicapper would say that both Evanston and Cheyenne South see this as a very winnable game. What do the Red Devils need to do tonight to come back to Uintah County with a victory?
We got to take care of the ball. We can't turn the ball over. We got to make as few as mistakes as possible and really grind that clock. We've got the ability to do it. We've got great senior leadership. We've got to really limit our miscues tonight. On defense, we've got to play assignment football from the option that they run. Got to make sure that we do the job that we're coached to do and try not to do somebody else's. Try to get a couple takeaways. Try to see if we can get the ball put on the ground and us to cover it. Or if they decide to throw the ball, I trust our defensive backs are going to be aggressive and go after it. And so we got to just really kind of take care of what we can take care of offensively and get some points on the board.
Your senior quarterback, Miles Piper, played in last season's playoff loss. How important was it to get him that experience heading into 2014?
I think it was very important. Miles is a great kid. He's been a great leader for us. He's had a great off season. Was very committed to us as a football player. I think as soon as we said, Miles, you're taking the reign, boy, he took him and ran with him. And he's been an exceptional leader, not only just vocally, but from a standpoint of, I'm going to show you the way to do things. Making great decisions for us through camp. He led the charge for the summer. So we're excited to see where Miles can go because he's got great ability and he's a heady kid, makes good decisions out on the field, and so Miles will be a fun one to watch.
Our guest on the NGL Connections pregame coaches show is the Red Devils' Pat Fackrell. Coach senior Will Kishbaugh, a workhorse as both a fullback and linebacker. Talk about what he means to your club.
Will's another one. He's a very much a vocal leader. He's a hard-working kid. Kids rally around him. I think anybody would go to bat for Will Kishbaugh just because I know that Will Kishbaugh would go to bat for them. And he shows that every day in practice. And he vocalizes that. It's just a pleasure to be around.
Hiram Peterson, an elusive tailback. I know he's worked really hard this offseason to take his game to yet another level.
Hiram was a guy we kind of had to hang our hat on a little bit last year. And sometimes in the fact that we knew that everybody's going to hold the box, Hiram has worked exceptionally hard on speed. He's a great runner. We haven't had a runner like that in a few years since the Eddington time. And so we got to get Hiram the ball and get it to him enough that he can make some things happen for us.
16 seniors on the club. That means a whole lot of leadership. Comment on how those guys have taken emotional ownership of this team.
It's been great. Really pulled the team together. They're a close group. They hang out together. They laugh and joke around with each other. They've been very responsible and accountable with each other. And I think that's the key to football, being the ultimate team sport, and the fact that you got to have buddies. And the nice thing is you can see that there's 16 buddies and 16 brothers that take care of one another, and they push each other. Not only pushing each other, but they're really pushing the rest of our football team and getting out there and studying the practice to compete.
And finally, Coach, Tracy Pugh's Bison have struggled, but South is a program on the rise. What can you tell us about his ball club?
Any Coach Pugh football team is going to be physical. They're very well disciplined. They're going to get after you. Defensively, they're going to bring a lot of heat, blitz a ton. Almost every player is going to come right at you. And offensively, you have to be sound defensively because they'll take advantage of some miscues and the fact that if you don't play assignment football, they're going to get you. He's a very emotional man, a very passionate man, and they're a football team on the rise, and they picked up their first win last year. Just like everybody are searching for that first 2014 win.
That's the head coach of your Evanston Red Devils, Pat Fackrell. Go get him tonight.
Thank you very much.
And that is your NGL Connections, Pat Fackrell pregame coaches show. Generally, this is the time of the broadcast where I would say kickoff is just minutes away. But, well, it's minutes away, at least 25 minutes away as they keep putting more and more time on the board as the thunderclouds off in many directions, and lightning is really the big concern here, so we'll just have to keep an eye on that. This is, though, a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
When your children have overnight school events in Evanston, book your room at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. All rooms are on the ground floor with drive-to-your-door access. You'll rest easy in your beautiful, clean room with 7 layers of bedding, including feather pillows. Enjoy breakfast, lunch, and dinner in our full-service restaurant. Located only minutes from schools, the best place to stay in Evanston is the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Call us today to reserve your rooms, 307-789-3770.
First impressions matter. When you want to stand out, uniquely brand your business, organization, or team with help from Old West Design inside My Favorite Things at 164 Front Street. Create a professional image with uniforms, golf shirts, t-shirts, hoodies, decals, keychains, koozies, coffee mugs, and more. Manager Natalie Willie Lively and Old West Design help winners dress for success. Inside My Favorite Things, Old West Design, 164 Front Street, Evanston.
And you have been listening to the Main Street Deli at Red Devils pregame show. Main Street Deli, great food for great people. We are at least 23 minutes away from kickoff. The lightning does continue in different directions. The storm clouds are still here, some thunder, and obviously safety comes first. But hopefully we'll have a football game tonight, and before we do have that, we'll have starting lineups, a coin toss, and an opening kickoff on the Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
KADQradio.com is Southwest Wyoming and Northeast Utah's most visited website and the best source for local area news, weather, sports, and community events. And that's not all. KADQradio.com features thousands of photographs of Utah and Wyoming high school events, from speech and drama competitions to local events, sports and activities, and much, much more. Check it out today and see what KADQradio.com has for you.
Overall, Unibosie's #1 education center meets different needs for different people. Unibosie's #1 education center is a community education center serving the citizens and all of their educational and training needs. It is a partnership with Una County School District #1 and Western Wyoming Community College. So what is Unibosie's #1 education center? That's for you to decide by making your training and educational dreams come true. Visit us at www.uentaeducation.org to see all of our offerings, educating our communities. This is Mike Williams, Director of the Una County Bosie's #1 education center.
And welcome back, folks. Frontier Field at Bison Stadium in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I'm play-by-play man AP Harold, and we are at least 21 minutes away from kickoff. Generally, this is the time in our pregame show that we'll have the coin toss and then get the game rolling. But, of course, you never know in life what things can happen, especially the weather in Wyoming. And it's interesting, we had a pre-season meeting at the radio station talking about, hey, you know what, when you're doing video streaming and radio at the same time, stuff can come up. I want to thank the good folks back there at Control, Julie Burley, Kim now Fisher, Gabby Bowie, Ryan Steinekert, our fine play-by-play man for the Rich Rebels. All those folks helped us get this broadcast on. There's a lot of moving parts, and when you've got a guy with 2 degrees that are both in the liberal arts, a lot of things can go wrong a lot of the time, but a tip of the cap to those folks 360 miles to our west. Let me bring in my good buddy and former University of Northern Colorado football player, David Rowetter. And David, you played back in the Neolithic age, but you followed the game since. And let's talk about, we've got a little bit of time here, at least 20 minutes until kickoff. The first game of any season, before we delve into this game, these kids have worked all summer long, even in spring practice, lifting weights, looking at film, listening to their coaches, getting mentally prepared, and then it's time for the first game. Talk about that as a football player.
Well, I think Coach Fackrell has the advantage of having 16 seniors, and he kind of has an idea of what he's got. He's got some young guys that are going to have to fill in some spots, but he's got good senior leadership, and I think he'll be okay on that.
And one of the things when we sat down with lunch with him at the Main Street Deli, about a week ago, is that he said that these aren't just 16 seniors. These are a tight-knit bunch of leaders. They enjoy spending time together on and off the field. That's important for camaraderie.
Yes, it is. And I was very impressed over that lunch with the coach. He's very positive, very enthusiastic, and that's the kind of coach you need to lead these young men. These guys come out here, they work hard, and they're going to put their efforts on the field. These kids, this high school football to me is truly amateur athletics. There's no scholarships you have to earn. There's no money being paid. These kids have to do all their studies, have to help at home. They come out here on the football field, they work hard, and they put their efforts on the field. And you know what? We need to back them up 100%. We need to tell them that they do a good job representing the Evanston area and the community.
Absolutely. The finest in amateur athletics, high school football. Let's shift gears, though, to professionals. Our good friends at the Spring Hill Suites Marriott here in Cheyenne is where we stay always when we're on the road in the capital city, the Cowboy States. And I tell you what, folks, it's a home away from home. Newly remodeled all-suite hotel, incredibly friendly staff. I was chatting with some of the folks there, and just top-shelf people, really comfortable beds. In fact, I couldn't get Trevor Goik out of bed. His wife and I were throwing water balloons at him. He'd fallen asleep. And also, we're looking forward tomorrow morning to that delicious hot breakfast buffet. Anytime that you are in the capital city of Wyoming, if you're a Red Devils fan, you contact the good folks at the Spring Hill Suites Marriott in Cheyenne, 635-0006, 635-0006, and you tell them that you're a Red Devil fan. They'll give you a special sports rate, and it is one of the finest hotels in the Cowboy State. Let's talk a little bit about this game tonight, David Rowetter, as the Evanston Red Devils have traveled 360 miles. They've done it in a bus. These are young men, 15 to 18 years old. You've got all the summer you're thinking about this game. Walk us through, as a player, getting mentally focused, putting your game face on that bus.
Well, they have a lot of time to think while they're driving on a bus 360 miles. They do get focused a little bit, but now I think with this rain delay and almost probably close to 30-40 minutes, maybe going to be 45-minute delay, they go back in the locker room, and I hope they don't lose that focus. That's the tendency to get caught up in whether they're going to get out there and they're going to get to play. And so I think that's more of a concern to me now, this delay of the game.
We've got a little bit of time here to discuss our conversation, our lunch with Coach Fackrell. And I know that a couple of guys he's leaning on for leadership in the backfield there, a 1-2 punch of the running backs. Let's start with number 8, the senior, the tailback, Hiram Peterson, 5'9", 172, had a terrific year last year, had to fight through injuries of a lot of his teammates and was really utilized because not a lot of options. This year we're a lot healthier. I know he has worked harder to get even better for his senior campaign, and I know you're looking for big things out of this kid.
Yeah, Hiram, the coach said that he may be one of the better running backs he's had in the last 4 or 5 years. He's 5'9", 172, so he's a pretty good-sized kid, but he has some moves, Coach said. He has the ability to make tacklers miss. So, he's going to be a big key for their offense.
And we won't have to hand it to him every time because senior Will Kishbaugh, who's also our starting middle linebacker, is a bruiser, kind of a hybrid between a running back and a fullback, 6'1", 180, a hard-nosed kid. He's obviously a great athlete as he stars on the Evanston Outlaws American Legion team. His dad is a fine skipper of that ball club. But here on the gridiron, Will, on the offensive side of the ball, is going to be used more downhill runner, as Hiram more of a breakaway guy.
Yeah, the Red Devils run an option offense. Pardon me, not an option, an I-back offense. So you've got your fullback leading up into the hole for the tailback to come up and break off it. And you need a real stud there at that fullback position. He's 6'1", 180 pounds, and according to the coach, he is a bruiser. He comes in there and he'll put some leather to you.
Miles Piper is our fine senior quarterback, got some experience starting the playoff loss last year when the Devils struggled to a 2-8 season. Most of that, of course, due to injury. And obviously, as Red Devil fans know, we are the smallest enrollment-wise Class 4A school. So when injuries hit us, they hit us very, very hard. Our depth is not quite what it is some of the schools like Gillette. But Miles Piper, number 15, the 6', 170-pound senior, he can make the short throw, the medium throw. Not a deep ball guy, but he's also a very heady kid, an outstanding student. I look forward to interviewing him for our standout student feature later in the season. And we've been told that he has the option to call the plays at the line, change the plays at the line if he sees a mismatch.
Yeah, and I think he'll be the real key to their offense this year. His decision-making, being able to option out of the play into something else. He's a heady kid, and he'll make this offense run.
And I tell you what, it's a lot easier to make an offense run, especially if you're a quarterback, if you have some talented guys to catch the football. We've got a number of them, but the guy that's the clear-cut top athlete there is a guy that we didn't even know was going to play football until a little bit later in the offseason. That's the stud basketball standout, Alec Johnson. He passes the eye test, is what everybody says, 6'3", 188, got that athletic body, number 2 wide receiver, the senior. He's a guy who could be a game changer if he gets in the open field.
Well, yes, and, when you need that third down, it's 3rd down and 8, Miles can put that ball up, and that 6'3" and 188, a good basketball player, he can get up in the air, pull that ball down, and get you that first down.
A jump ball, and Alec Johnson's got a good chance at getting it. Our other starting wide receiver is the 6'1", 155-pound wideout, number 85, Gavin Whitaker, and it's nice to have him on the other side because if teams are going to double or even triple team Alec, that's going to give Gavin some opportunities to be a playmaker as well.
You bet. And, they always say you run the ball to set up the pass. Well, I think if they could pass the ball pretty efficiently, that may set up the run for them this year.
Want to have that balance in that pro set look. Our slot man is a really hard-nosed kid, outstanding young man, plays for the Outlaws baseball team. That's the junior slot, number 27, Tucker Leland, just 5'7", 145 pounds, but pound for pound, maybe our toughest football player on the team. And the clock, as you can see, folks, about 13 minutes to go on the board, but in all honesty, we're probably going to be a little bit longer than that. The kids have not even come back here on the field. And David Rowetter, my fine color man tonight out of Denver, who played for Northern Colorado and is a big Nebraska fan. David was not a cornerback. He's a big guy and loves the big uglies, wants to talk about the boys on the line. And that's really what football is all about. You got to win the war of the trenches. Let's talk about our offensive line.
Well, there's a reason my grandkids, all 7 of them, call me Big Papa. It's
you're a hard guy to miss, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Shouldn't be that big, but I am. You're not going to do much offensively or defensively unless you have the big guys up front. And we've got a couple kids that are in there. That's C.J. Crompton. He's 6'1", 294.
That's a right tackle.
Yeah, he plays both offense and defense. He sat out a year or two and wasn't sure he wanted to play football. Has come back, and his coach says that he is really doing a good job. That's a mighty big guy to have up there on the line.
Yeah, and another young man who I'm very impressed with, had a chance to meet him when I went over for our game day predictions to the high school broadcasting class. Thought it'd be neat for the broadcasting kids to get the first game day predictions. Hayden Bomer, who in the broadcasting class, 6'4", 260, the senior left tackle, a gentle giant. But when he gets out there in the football field, I'm sure he gets a little nasty streak in him, and it's nice to have a pair of tackles bookending your line who are big boys.
Yes. We've got what I'm really eager to see as this season unfolds is the type of defense that they're going to run. The coach has installed a 3-5-3 defense, meaning 3 defensive linemen, 5 linebackers, and 3 deep in the secondary. They will switch that off to a 4-4, 4 linemen and then 4 linebackers. That gives you a lot of options in terms of stunning and slanting and causing confusion for that offensive line. So I'm eager to see how that plays out.
And let's talk about some other kids who play up front. And back to the offense for a second, guys. Another two-way man is Skylar Bond, a senior, 5'9", but 210 pounds. He's the right guard on the offensive line. And then defensively, a very important position in that 3-5-3 that you just talked about. He's the nose. And the nose is not going to get a lot of tackles necessarily, but he needs to do his job in other ways in terms of creating some havoc so the linebackers and ends can step up and make some big hits. Is that right?
Well, Skylar Bond is 5'9" and 210, and that's pretty small for a nose guard and 4A ball here in Wyoming. But I remember going back to the Alabama days of Bear Bryant. He had a national championship team, and he had nothing but real small guys on that defensive line at nose guard and tackle, but they were extremely quick.
Right.
And I think that's what Coach is trying to emphasize here. Some of his players, both on defense and offense, they're very quick. They may not be the biggest, but we've got a few of those big hogs but not enough,
right.
probably.
And let's take a look at defensively in that 3-5-3. One of the key guys, the leader, and the coach has said this is the kind of the captain of the defense, is our senior Will Kishbaugh, two-way man, 6'1", 180. And that's the middle linebacker, or as we call it here in Evanston, or back in Evanston, the Red Devils call it, whether it's home or road, 360 miles away here in Cheyenne, the Bandit. You've got the stud as your outside left linebacker. The middle left linebacker is your Sam. The Bandit in the middle. The Will is your middle right. And the Devil, of course, for the Red Devils, the outside right linebacker. Those guys, two seniors, Kishbaugh, the aforementioned Will Kishbaugh, and then Corbin Wagstaff, who's the Devil outside right linebacker. And then a trio of juniors. Colton Johnson, 6'2", 186, is your stud or outside left linebacker. The middle left linebacker is another junior, Spencer Burley. And then Zach Guild, 5'9", 173, also an 11th grader, is the middle right linebacker. But as you mentioned, David, you can do a lot of things with that formation and try to use your quickness, a little chicanery, some different blitz schemes. You can show blitz and drop back. One of the keys in any kind of sport is to confuse the other guy.
That is true. We want to confuse them, but at the same time, these young athletes have to learn that it is a disciplined game, and that when one slants or stunts, there's a responsibility for another person to do something. And this is an 11-man team. There's 11 guys out there. Any one of them break down on their assignments, you're going to lose a play. You're going to get beat. So it's a disciplined game, and I think Coach really emphasizes, and his opposing coach said, he's a disciplined coach.
Folks, we are here pregame. And I know if you're tuning in just now expecting maybe to catch the end of the first quarter or something, the weather is a situation. Not the snow yet. It's only the 29th day of August. Generally, I think the snow starts about the 31st day, just kidding, of August in Wyoming. But we've got about 8 minutes on the board. But we're not going to have football in 8 minutes. The teams are not out here. They'll need to come out and warm up. Some lightning there in the background that you probably saw. Our fine cameraman Trevor Goik earlier captured visual proof of God's promise not to flood the world again, a rainbow. He might not flood the world tonight, but we've got plenty of lightning, so it's going to be a while before we get things rolling. Again, want to mention that if you're ever over in Cheyenne, whether it's for Red Devil sports, maybe you're going to come catch a game at UW in Laramie and keep going to Cheyenne for some other entertainment, get in touch with the fine folks at the Spring Hill Suites Marriott in Cheyenne. They've got just a fantastic hotel where we're staying this weekend, newly remodeled, and it's an all-suite hotel. So if you've got some folks in your family who are as big as David Rowetter and you need some space in that hotel room, you got some elbow room, right, David?
You bet.
And it's a fantastic location right off of I-80 and South Greeley Highway. In fact, it's so close that had the weather been better, I would have forced Trevor Goik to walk to burn off some of those calories from the hotel room over here to the stadium, about 1.5 miles away. And David Rowetter, speaking of the stadium, you played back in the day when they didn't have AstroTurf. Then they went to AstroTurf. People got a lot of turf toe. This is the second generation, what they call the field turf. This is newly installed here at South in the last couple of years. And I know you didn't play on this back in the day, but talk about what it looks like. I know you've walked down there and a playing surface, this new generation of quote-unquote AstroTurf.
Yeah, there's been a number of generations of turf that's been developed. I can remember back the University of Nebraska got one of the first artificial turfs. It was hard. It caused a lot of injuries, and some of the pro teams went to it also. Now they've got a fourth, fifth generation. And I walked down on the field and ran my fingers through the nylon, I think it is, and little pieces of rubber popped up. So it's cushioned well. It's got a little bit of crown on the field, so it will drain. And there should be never a problem with traction and good footing on this field. It's a beautiful field, a beautiful stadium. And we're looking out over onto the new high school, about 4 years old. First-class facility, and then off to the left is a junior high, brand-new facility.
And in fact, Trevor, go ahead and just for our folks watching on K-9radio.com, give us a scan here of this overview. You've got the junior high over to our left, and you've got the field here. Obviously, that's the main thing we're taking a look at. Visiting stands across the way. We're up here aside the press box. And then you get some lightning there in the background. And as David mentioned, just a fantastic school. A lot of things to be proud of. The folks here at Cheyenne South are building something special. And we wish them well. And we really wish that we can get a game in tonight. We're 5 minutes on that board, that clock. You see the good folks from Uinta Physical Therapy our sponsors again on the scoreboard, and we appreciate their good work in the community, keeping folks, whether you're a weekend warrior like myself, I'm like a once-a-year warrior athletically these days, or if you're a guy who's out there on his bike doing 40 minutes a day, then good folks at Uinta Physical Therapy can help you out. We've got, I just heard an announcement here from the PA man that in about 5 minutes they're going to have an assessment on what's going on with the weather situation. Fantastic field, and if the weather will cooperate with us, we should have ourselves a football game. Let's talk a little bit. I know, shifting gears here just a second, Wyoming is a state much like your native Nebraska, David, in that we've got one D1 football school, a lot of Cowboy pride. It's interesting to me. I'm new to the state. I've been a Wyoming resident now for just over 2 months and living over in Evanston, which is right basically on the Utah border. Sure, you've got your BYU fans, your Utah fans and whatnot, and that's great. But there's a lot of Cowboy pride, even though that's 320 miles away to Laramie. And I know that a guy who's a Nebraska alum, Craig Bohl, is the new coach at Wyoming, so I'm sure that there's a lot of Nebraska folks who are also cheering for Wyoming.
Well, certainly want to wish him the very, very best. I think he's a top-notch coach. He proved that. He was from Lincoln, Nebraska, played ball as a linebacker, I believe, in Nebraska. He coached the defensive line, and then he left, and he's been went to North Dakota, and he's won.
North Dakota State,
North Dakota State
right.
has won 3 Division II national championships and
Division I AA.
Right, and Wyoming's very lucky to have him come here. And I think he'll do a good job. He's down, homey, earthy type guy, and Wyoming has had its ups and downs in his football program. Of course, you know, Bob Devaney coached here at Nebraska, or at Wyoming, was successful and went to Nebraska. So now you're getting one of yours back.
There you go. It's an even swap. We certainly hope here in the Cowboy state. And coming up at the half, we'll hear an interview. I had a chance to talk with Coach Bohl and get his thoughts on assuming leadership of the Cowboys program. But our Red Devils program, we certainly hope there's going to be a kickoff. For about 2 minutes left on that Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard in the quote-unquote pregame. It's more of a countdown to assess the weather at this situation. They've cleared out the stands. Just the crazy media folks here are the only ones hanging around, and we hope that Mother Nature is kind to us, and that the big guy upstairs, the good Lord, clears the skies enough to get us a football game. Want to thank all of our fine sponsors for their participation in bringing you these exciting broadcasts of the Red Devil Athletics in 2014-2015 season. Want to remind you that we've got Red Devil Volleyball right here on the Big Dog as well all season long. The ladies got their season underway today, earlier, as they got the first match of the season against the rivals from just across the border in Rich County, Utah. So we're about 90 seconds away, hopefully, from an announcement. I know in terms of the aesthetics of the field, we were talking with a gentleman, David, before the game who works here. He doesn't like the alternating, light green, darker green. He wishes it was all one color. What's your thought in terms of the decor on the field? Would you like to see one color, or do you like the multi-chromatic look?
I think I like solid colors,
okay,
rather than the switching back and forth. It makes it look a little bit like a checkerboard,
right?
As
right.
opposed to a football field.
Absolutely.
maybe there's quite a bit of contrast between the dark green and the little lighter green. Of course, a lot of baseball fields, football fields, they mow them in such a way that it looks like there's different shades of grass. But you can only do that on grass.
Right. Yeah. Here, this is a permanent look. It's tattooed, as it were, and as you probably saw if you're watching on K-9radio.com, the lightning there in the background. And I am not a school administrator. I am not a weatherman, but I am confident saying this, that as long as there's lightning in the area, they will not start the game. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, I believe that's true. And obviously they're looking out for the kids and the fans. And lightning is something you don't want to mess with. And we've certainly seen a lot of strikes out. I don't know whether it's 2 miles or 3 or 4 miles, but it's close enough. They're going to watch it.
Tell you what, folks, let's go ahead. We'll take a quick break here, get some bonus spots in for our fine sponsors, and let you know what the good folks here at Frontier Field let us know. We'll be right back here on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Red Devils football.
It is now safe.
99.1 and the K-9radio.com website. And we will have football coming up in just a few minutes.
KADQradio.com is Southwest Wyoming and Northeast Utah's most visited website and the best source for local area news, weather, sports, and community events. And that's not all. KADQradio.com features thousands of photographs of Utah and Wyoming high school events, from speech and drama competitions to local events, sports and activities, and much, much more. Check it out today and see what KADQradio.com has for you.
Overall, Unibosie's #1 education center meets different needs for different people. Unibosie's #1 education center is a community education center serving the citizens and all of their educational and training needs. It is a partnership with Una County School District #1 and Western Wyoming Community College. So what is Unibosie's #1 education center? That's for you to decide by making your training and educational dreams come true. Visit us at www.uentaeducation.org to see all of our offerings, educating our communities. This is Mike Williams, Director of the Una County Bosie's #1 education center.
And welcome back pregame, folks. That will conclude the longest ever Main Street Deli pregame show. And I'm going to take a quick break and come back with our good friend from Wyo Preps, who does a fantastic job, Kevin Coyle, and we'll talk macroscopically about Wyoming football and this game. We'll be back on Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Red Devils football on FM 99.1 The Big Dog and K-9radio.com.
If you love food, the Main Street Deli should be your best friend. Open breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Enjoy smothered spuds like the Henderson Street, a baked potato topped with diced chicken breast, crumbled bacon, diced tomatoes, and cheddar cheese, all topped with sour cream and diced green onions. With a selection of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you'll find it all from burgers to deli specialties. The Main Street Deli can also cater any size event and can custom create cupcakes. Main Street Deli, 1025 Main Street in Evanston. Great food for great people.
Welcome back, folks. Pre-game, AP Herald here at Frontier Field in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I say pre-game, it's almost 7:45 Mountain Time, but our good friend and excellent leader of WyoPreps.com, Kevin Coyle, excuse me, I had something in my throat. I thought I was going to say Croyle, but Kevin Coyle joins us. And Kevin, macroscopically, football at the 4A level in Wyoming, it's if not unique, if it's certainly unusual. There's only 10 teams that play at the highest level. It's a huge state geographically, a lot of travel. Give us an overview in a minute on 4A football in Wyoming.
Well, 4A football, the last several years, it's usually just been the big four. East, Gillette, Natrona, and Sheridan, not necessarily in order. Those are usually been the most dominating teams in the state. South, they're coming around. Evanston, they've been a little back and forth, but, right now, still the state championship usually runs through one of those four teams.
Tonight, this game, Kevin, I think both these teams, if you're a neutral observer, are saying to themselves, this is a winnable game on our schedule. Last year, Evanston 2-8, South, I believe, 1-8, and it was a close game last year that Evanston pulled out. How important is it for both these clubs to get that victory and start off 1-0?
Well, actually, 5-point win for Evanston last year, and 2 points the year before.
Excuse me, yes, 2 points.
And 2 points the year before, yes. This can make this game here. I mean, it's just every game's important because in most cases you maybe only need about 2 wins just to make the playoffs, because since the top 8 goes. So this could go a long way, because based on the recent history, I mean, this game could go a long way as to who could be that last team to get in. But it can set the tone for the season too. I mean, you can maybe pick up another win or two during the season, and getting the playoffs is you get that win here, making the playoffs just got a whole lot easier.
And Kevin, your website is an excellent resource, not only for media professionals, but for parents, for fans, for the kids, for coaches. Brag a little bit about the work you guys do at WyoPreps.com.
Well, we try to keep an eye on everything. My partner, John Gabrielson, he's in Riverton. He's getting updates of the scores right now, because I'm going to be doing video highlights of this game. But he does most of the work on football, and then I try to keep in touch with all the schools around the state with whatever's in season, be it volleyball, tennis, golf, girls swimming, and cross country. So we kind of split duties.
Too bad you can't clone yourself and be in about 17 places on Friday night, right?
Well, looking at I was actually looking at the schedule for this week, and this matchup here was probably the only matchup I saw where whoever wins is not going to be in blowout mode.
And finally, Kevin, I believe, if I remember reading your bio correctly, that you're a big Ohio State fan.
Graduated from there.
Okay.
Graduated from there.
How about a message to our colleague, Adam Jackson, who, even though he's a Central Michigan grad, he's a huge fan. Any message to Mr. Jackson?
Nothing I can say to be clean.
I was going to say, let's not lose our FCC license.
Oh, hey, I do remember, though, let's not repeat history tomorrow when they play Appalachian State.
Oh, that's a low blow. But hey, a low blow from a fine guy who works very hard, does a great job covering Cowboy State Prep athletics. That's Kevin Hoyle from yopreps.com. WYOpreps.com. Even a guy from Georgia can spell that.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, thank you so much, and we'll wish you the best and hand it back over the headset to my buddy David Rowetter. David, we're about 5 minutes away from kickoff according to the board, and let me get back into our normal broadcast mode and appreciate our listeners for sticking with us. As anybody that's spent any amount of time in Wyoming will tell you, whether it's 2 months like me or 2 lifetimes. Some people might feel like if you've been through too many winters in Wyoming, the weather can always be dicey. And we want to let you know that our good friends at Aspen Grove Nursery are sponsoring the coin toss, and appreciate Coach Kishbaugh of the Outlaws. His son, of course, Will, plays on the team. He's the fine owner of Aspen Grove Nursery. And I want to remind you, the summer is at an end, and you can tell that by the weather as it's quickly changing. That doesn't mean you can't start planning for next year's garden right now. Have Aspen Grove Nursery help. Aspen Grove Nursery can answer any winterizing questions concerning your lawn and plants, and Aspen Grove Nursery has a wide selection of autumn and winter flowering bulbs that will have next spring's garden. Spring's going to come, trust me, blooming with excitement. And when the white stuff falls this winter, and you know it will, worry not, because Aspen Grove Nursery also offers snow removal. Aspen Grove Nursery, we know what grows, and Evanston wins the toss and will receive. And David Rowetter, when you win the toss, you have the option of deferring or taking the ball. It's a bold statement that Coach Fackrell wants, as we say in Spanish, la pelota, to begin the game, and talk about the importance of this first drive.
Well, it's very important. Whoever, first of all, I don't know how the coaches are going to approach the selection, whether they're going to take the ball or will take the defend the goal. I'm always a believer, the more times you have the ball, the more times you have a chance to score. Coaches have a different philosophy on that if they're a defensive coach. So, but if whoever gets the ball first, I think it's one of the keys is to get your momentum going and score first. That puts you on the advantage, and there's just nothing better than having that initial
no doubt about
momentum.
it. Momentum, the advantage. You put the pressure on the other guy. You've got the lead,
Absolutely.
and at the end of the game, of course, whoever's got the most points wins. This isn't golf where you want the fewest number of strokes or points. You want the most, of course, in football. Let's take a look at our starting lineups, brought to you by our good friends at Norco, your welding and safety solution. And for Evanston, Red Devil's going to get the football. Our quarterback, number 15, the senior Miles Piper, 6'170", some more lightning off there to the right. And if it's within 10 miles, we will have another delay, but hopefully that's well beyond 10 miles. Fullback, number 43, senior Will Kishbaugh, 6'1", 180. Running back or tailback, number 8, the senior Hiram Peterson, 5'9", 172. Standout receiver, number 2, the senior Alec Johnson, 6'3", 188. At the other receiver spot, Gavin Whitaker, 6'1", 155. Slot man, junior Tucker Leland, 5'7", 145. The big uglies up front. Right tackle, number 54, senior C.J. Crompton, 6'1", 294. That's a man right there. Right guard, number 56, senior Skylar Bond, 5'9", 210. He is a tough dude. Our senior, Octavio Reyes, is a very intelligent player, a heady player, returning starter, 5'8", 195. He'll be snapping the football. Left guard, number 58, Kevin Passanelli, just 5'7", about 187 pounds. And the left tackle, the big man, number 59, senior Hayden Bomer, 6'4", 260. And the defensive starters for Cheyenne South, let me dig that out as I got those late and take a look at that.
We've already had the coin toss, which was won by Evanston, and they will receive the opening kickoff.
And as the PA man just said, the coin toss, the reason we didn't cover it live, it had been held, I guess, privately during the rain delay. But cornerbacks for Cheyenne South, Michael DeBrune, number 2, Marquez Jefferson wears number 3. Jefferson, 5'8", 160. DeBrune, 5'10", 160. They're both juniors. Safety is Riley Haberkorn, 5'9", 165, also a junior. Linebackers, Kelby Nybuer, 5'9", 165. He is a junior as well. Jake Brown, 5'11", 250. That's a big linebacker. Is a senior. Nate Grossman at 6'2", 220, another linebacker. Another man I did not mention in the secondary, Shane Dillsaver, is the safety, 5'10", 185. Defensive end, Nick Suey, 6', 225. Andrew Eagleroad at 5'10", 220, a defensive end. Another defensive lineman, Micah Burke, number 74, 6'3", 275. That's a man right there. And Isaac McHenry, the nose guard, number 76, 5'9", 220 pounds. And just about time now for our nation's national anthem as the good folks from Cheyenne South and their marching band take to the field. So we will take a quick break here and come back with the start of tonight's action. We'll be right back. You're listening to Red Devils football, brought to you by Big O Tires of Evanston on FM 99.1 The Big Dog. And, of course, video streamed live online at k-9radio.com. And we'll be back right after this.
When your children have overnight school events in Evanston, book your room at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. All rooms are on the ground floor with drive-to-your-door access. You'll rest easy in your beautiful, clean room with 7 layers of bedding, including feather pillows. Enjoy breakfast, lunch, and dinner in our full-service restaurant. Located only minutes from schools, the best place to stay in Evanston is the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Call us today to reserve your rooms, 307-789-3770.
First impressions matter. When you want to stand out, uniquely brand your business, organization, or team with help from Old West Design inside My Favorite Things at 164 Front Street. Create a professional image with uniforms, golf shirts, t-shirts, hoodies, decals, keychains, koozies, coffee mugs, and more. Manager Natalie Willie Lively and Old West Design help winners dress for success. Inside My Favorite Things, Old West Design, 164 Front Street, Evanston.
And an outstanding job by the Cheyenne South Marching Band delivering tonight's Star Spangled Banner. And this year, folks, want to thank these fine sponsors for their help with some in-game coverage. Kickoffs are brought to you by Jeff Piper, Farmers Insurance, Jeff Piper Agency, Farmers Insurance in Evanston. Our first downs this season brought to you by our good friends at A-Plus Trophy and Signs for all your local award, trophy, and sign needs. Turnovers, when Evanston turns it over and gets the ball back, those are brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental, Dr. Sean Grohl, who provides quality family dentistry and has done so since 1998. That's 16 going on 17 years. And, of course, our fine scoreboard sponsor, back for more, Uinta Physical Therapy. Now, we did not get special teams information from Cheyenne South, so I don't know who's going to be kicking off. Of course, the teams haven't taken the field yet, but one of the important things on a kickoff, David, at the high school level is generally you don't have a guy who's going to boot one 80 yards into the end zone, so there'll be some sort of return. Field position for that opening drive is very, very important. If you're backed up on your own 9, that's a lot different than if you're on your own 40-yard line.
Oh, that's definitely true. And the better field position you get, the less distance you have to go to score. And also, you know, kickers in the high school levels aren't going to have the proficiency in kicking field goals. So many coaches, you know, will go on that fourth down if they're, say, within the 40 or 35-yard line rather than try and kick a field goal.
And again, folks, football, the ultimate team sport, and it's really a team effort putting these broadcasts on. All of the folks back at Cook Brothers Broadcasting have worked very hard to get us to this point. And again, we had some technical difficulties at the very beginning of our broadcast, but with the weather delay, we had those ironed out. And Ryan Steinekert and Julie Burley, Kim Fisher, Gabby Bowie doing a great job. Want to thank the fine play-by-play man for Cheyenne South. That's Alan Cummings, who helped me with some stuff very early as I was setting up the video stuff. So tip the cap to all those folks helping get this broadcast on the air. We are now finally ready for some football. We're 5 minutes away from 8 o'clock Mountain Time here. Friday, the final Friday, 29th day of August, 2014. And kicking off will be number 24, Kilby Niebuhr, 5'9", 165. We've got a couple of men deep. Evanston is in white with the gray uniforms in the red pitchfork, trimmed with some blue piping. The black tops and gold breeches trimmed in black. The gold helmets for the Cheyenne South Bison. And we are about ready for some football. And, of course, at the last second, we have a whistle and just a small, slight delay as the men in the striped shirts make sure everything is okay. We've got a couple of guys deep, 2 men at the 25. And Kelby Niebuhr will be kicking off, number 24. He's got his right arm up, waiting for the official. There's the whistle. And your kickoff to start the game, brought to you by Jeff Piper of Farmers Insurance, is a short one. And we're going to fall on that ball. It's fumbled, but we do fall on it at the 32-yard line. I should say muffed, not a fumble. And Evanston covers David Rowitter at the 32-yard line. 3 seconds into the game here on a scoreless game, the Interphysical Therapy scoreboard. Tremendous starting field position for us, just 68 yards away from pay dirt.
Yeah, that was very scary there. They dropped the ball, and then another one jumped on it. So we were pretty fortunate not to lose the ball right there.
First play of the season from scrimmage for Evanston, and Piper, our senior quarterback, will be under center with Peterson and Kishpaw in the backfield. 2 receivers to the left and 1 man to the right. Piper up under center. We're in white, they're in black. Piper takes the snap and hands it off in the backfield, and 3 Bison are going to slam our man to the ground. I believe that was Peterson with the carry. That's a loss of 2 as Jake Brown gets in on the action. 2nd down and 12, 20 seconds into the game, and a nice start for the homestanding Bison, David.
Oh, boy. There was 3 guys to meet him 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. There was no blocking on that.
A loss of 3, 2nd down and 13 for your Evanston Red Devils. Trips, 3 receivers to the left, 1 man to the right, 1 man in the backfield. Piper up under center as Lightning continues in the background. Some movement, jumping, and we've got a whistle and a flag, and we'll see if we moved or if they jumped. And let's see what the call is. It's encroachment on the Cheyenne South Bison, David, excuse me. That'll make it 2nd down and 8.
Encroachment penalty on the Bison.
That's a break for Evanston, as essentially that makes that 3-yard gain into a 2-yard gain. And if you just want to run the numbers, and 2nd down and 8, much more manageable than 2nd down and 13. And we'll roll the clock here, 45 seconds into the young 2014 season. Now we've got trips to the right, 1 receiver to the left, 1 man in the backfield. Piper under center. Piper will, before he has the ball snapped to him, I believe that we had encroachment again on the Bison, and it is. And David, back-to-back encroachment penalties on Cheyenne South has turned a 2nd and 13 into a 2nd and 3. That's sloppy, over-aggressive play by Cheyenne South.
Well, yeah, South is really anxious to get after him. They're jumping offside. By the way, they're playing a 3-man front with a 3 or 4 linebacker set. And so they've got 7 guys really up on the line of scrimmage, and you don't know where they're going to be coming from.
Trips to the right for Evanston, 1 man to the left. Piper under center, 1 man in the backfield. Piper is going to toss it to Peterson. Peterson looks to cut outside, scrambles toward the 1st down marker, and I believe he is going to be chopped down at the Evanston 37-yard line, and we're going to mark that as a 3rd down, as there is a loss on the play, and make that 3rd down now and 5. So Evanston has been unable to move the ball except for a couple of penalties by Cheyenne South. Piper under center, 2 receivers to the right, going to send a man in motion toward the left, and Piper is going to roll out to his left, has time, fires in and out of the hands of his intended receiver, number 43, Will Kishbaugh, and that will bring up a punting situation, 4th down and 5. But for the penalties, Evanston did not move the football on its first possession.
Yeah, Miles just overthrew his tight end coming out here, just over his head a little bit, just couldn't put his hands on it.
And we are working, folks, outside here. There's not a light, so as it gets darker in the night, our ability to look at these rosters is going to get diminished severely. But right now we can still see some of the notes in front of us. Now a punting situation, and dropping back for the Red Devils in punt formation, Colton Johnson, number 24, the junior. And Johnson takes the snap at his own 25, takes a step up, looked like he was going to fake it, but does get the kickoff. It takes an Evanston bounce, and we're just going to jump on it at the 30-yard line of the Bison, and the Bison will take over 70 yards away from pay dirt with a minute and a half off the clock, 10:30 to go here in the first quarter. So on a scoreless game on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, 0-0, 90 seconds in the contest, we were not able to get an A-plus trophy and signs first down on that first possession. We'll see if the defense can get a comprehensive family dental turnover. Our good friend Dr. Sean Grohl has provided quality family dentistry since 1998. Barker, the quarterback for Cheyenne South, is under center. He drops the snap, and it is falling on. I believe we got it. I believe Evanston fell on that football at the Bison 34-yard line. Let's see. We have it. We're signaling we've got it, and we have the football. And just like that, you ask for it, you get it. That is a turnover brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental. Dr. Sean Grohl, providing family dentistry of a quality nature since 1998. That's a quality play for the Evanston defense. David Rowitter in the first snap from scrimmage. They make a mistake. We fall in the pigskin.
You know, we said weather might have an effect, and that ball was wet. The quarterback took it, and it just slipped out of his hand. He kicked it forward, and we recovered it. That's at the 34-yard line.
Excuse me, David. Let's mark that at the 33-yard line officially as Piper back under center. Twins to the right and left are the receivers, one man in the backfield. Piper will take the snap and hand it off up the gut to Kishball. Kishball bullies his way forward for an A-plus trophy and signs first down all the way down to the 20. That's a gain of 13. Nice job of spreading the field, and then the delayed draw up the middle to Kishball.
Nice blocking up front by the guards in the center, wide up the middle.
13 yards on first down. Good for that first down. And with 10:19 to go in the first quarter, the Red Devils are in the red zone. Piper brings his men back up the line. Twin receivers left and right. One man in the backfield. Piper surveys the scene. And Piper takes the snap and will hand it off again. And this time our carrier is met in the backfield and dropped for a loss. That's Peterson. They're going to call that a loss of 2 back to the 22. And we went to the well, looks like one too many times with that play.
Yeah, it always depends on those guys up front. If they get their blocks, we're going to have success. And if they don't, we're going to have a loss.
The trenches is where the game is won and lost. Second down and 12 now for Evanston. 9:36 to go in a scoreless game on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard in the first quarter. Two receivers right and left. Piper is under center. Piper takes the snap, drops back, fires right side, has a man. That's Johnson, and Alec with the catch, and he's dragged down inside the 15 at the 14. A gain of 8. Call it third down and 4 with 9:16 to go here in the first quarter.
Yeah, Alex split out to the right. He ran about 7 yards down, did a turnaround, and Miles put the ball right in his hands.
Miles to Alec, A-L-E-K, Johnson, and get used to that, as that could be a very effective combination this season. I'm going to mark that at the 13. Let's call it a third down and 1. Again, two receivers right and left, one man in the backfield. Piper under center, 3-step drop, going to fire it in the right corner over the end zone. That ball is caught for a touchdown, Evanston. 6-0. Evanston on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. 8:45 to go in the first quarter.
Boy, what an exciting play Alex made there. Miles laid it right in the corner of the end zone. He had no more than a step before he had to be inbounds, and he did a superb job of catching that ball.
Piper to Johnson, just like it was on the play before. And so those two team up for 2 catches, and the second one a touchdown. And the extra point is up. The extra point is good. 7-0 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. 8:45 to go in quarter number 1. And first quarter play-by-play action brought to you by our good friends at the Main Street Deli. Great food for great people. And with 8:45 to go on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, again, Evanston leads Cheyenne South 7-0 on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devil football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
If you love food, the Main Street Deli should be your best friend. Open breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Enjoy smothered spuds like the Henderson Street, a baked potato topped with diced chicken breast, crumbled bacon, diced tomatoes, and cheddar cheese, all topped with sour cream and diced green onions. With a selection of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you'll find it all from burgers to deli specialties. The Main Street Deli can also cater any size event and can custom create cupcakes. Main Street Deli, 1025 Main Street in Evanston. Great food for great people.
And welcome back, folks, to first quarter action brought to you by our good friends at the Main Street Deli. We're in the dark here, literally outside. We're trying to figure out how to turn the light on just outside the press box. Main Street Deli, great food for great people. That Evanston's not in the dark. They are lighting up the scoreboard, 7-0 in the Into Physical Therapy scoreboard. 8:45 to go in the first quarter. And we're going to kick things off here. And I believe that's Richin, not even on the roster that we have, ninth grader kicking it off down to the 7-yard line. And Cheyenne South going to return it to the 20. And then we're going to hammer the man right at the 20-yard line. 5 seconds. Nelson with the return, 5 seconds off the clock, 8:40 to go in the first quarter. As that kickoff brought to you by our good friends at the Jeff Piper Farmers Insurance Agency, I should say, Jeff Piper Agency Farmers Insurance in Evanston.
Well, we almost had a personal foul against Cheyenne South. Number 17 kind of came down the field, hit a defensive back, hit him again. The referee went over and warned him, don't do that anymore.
We'll see if that puts an end to that as Barker, the quarterback, hustles up to the line, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, going to keep it on the option, run to the outside, and we're going to knock him down after a short gain to the 22, a gain of 2. That Evanston defense fired up, and our bench on the far side fired up as well. 2nd down and 8. The clock rolls, under 8.5 minutes to go in the Main Street Deli first quarter.
Well, Cheyenne South is coming up to the line of scrimmage very quickly, and then they run an option offense. So it's got the Red Devils have got to play solid assignment football.
The snap by Barker, he's going to hand it off on the right side. The man cuts up the middle, and that's good for a first down. That was a 2nd down and 7 situation, and the give there as we find out that the light is broken out here. Marquez Jefferson, 5'8", 160, the junior, a little scat back there. David Rowetter, 1st down and 10 for the Bison.
Yeah, well, they picked up a first down there, and it was a good play. They ran right up the middle.
I think I'm going to pull out my cell phone, use this little flashlight as the light broken out here, but certainly the Evanston spirit is alive and well as the Red Devils look to get after it here on defense. The handoff off right tackle is good for 5 yards as that option offense. Marquez Jefferson again with the carry, 2nd down and a short 5 now for the Bison.
Now it looks like the Bison want to run up the middle, and the last 3 plays have been right between guard and center.
2nd down and 5, really a short 5 now for the Bison with 7.5 minutes to go in the first quarter as 7:20 to go. And the hustling up to line now, the Bison will give it up the middle, and we're going to snuff that one out. And the big guy is going to be dropped, gang tackled, right at the line of scrimmage. Going to bring up a 3rd down and 4. And I really like the energy we're showcasing, David Rowetter, up front. Those big guys are smacking them hard.
Well, in that case they did, but boy, that running back, number 45, I believe it was, he is a big dude. It took about 4 guys gang tackling to bring him down.
6:48, 6:47 to go in the first quarter here. 7-0. The Red Devils on top of the Into Physical Therapy scoreboard as the center's up there on the line now. The rest of the teammates going to join him. Barker under center, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, has time as he rolls to his left. The southpaw fires complete for a first down across the 40. Fumbles the football. Yes! And we fell on it and got it.
Yep.
The Evanston Red Devils, the 2nd turnover that the defense has produced, and that's brought to you by our good buddies at the Dr. Sean Grohl Practice Comprehensive Family Dental, providing quality family dentistry since 1998. And the good doctor is a little good karma, providing a couple of turnovers here. Just 6:27 left to go in the first quarter, and we've got the ball twice on takeaways.
Yeah, the Bison receiver had a first down by at least 6 or 7 yards. He just tried to get away and get some more yardage, and he had the ball ripped out of his hand, and we recovered it.
You know, Coach Rupp, the fine basketball coach at Kentucky, used to say the reason they only play with 1 foot, 1 basketball is you keep your eye on it. Same thing in any sport. That football is gold out there. And under center now is Piper. I formation, receivers split left and right. Piper will hand it off, and we put the football on the ground, and I believe we turned it right back over to Cheyenne South. Let's let the officials sort things out. Yep, we did. We fumbled it. I think that was Peterson who coughed it up, I believe, and Smith for the Bison. So I guess if you're a Bison fan, turnabout is fair play. And with 6:20 to go here in the Main Street Deli first quarter, David,
Boy.
That's a emotion and momentum changer right there.
Boy, he had 6-7 yards before he even fumbled it, so it was a good gain.
But I tell you what, this is where the defense has got to step up. You've got to be able to smack right back and hit these guys hard, not let that get you down, because things in life and football can change very, very quickly.
That's true.
Barker back up to the line. I formation, 2 receivers to the right. He's going to roll to his right. The southpaw fires, and it is caught across the midfield. Streaking down the sideline. He has one man to beat, and all the way down inside the 10. We're going to have a face mask on our defensive back. That is their fine receiver. Let me pull out my flashlight here. Number 15, Riley Habercorn, 5'9", 165, streaking down the sideline, down to the 8-yard line, and I'm almost 100% sure that's going to be a personal foul on us. Half the distance to goal. It's going to be first down and goal for Cheyenne South, David, at the 4-yard line.
Yeah, it was Tucker Leland. He had to come all the way across field to get him at about the 5-6-yard line, and when he reached to tackle him, he just got a hold of that face mask, and the referee saw it.
Tucker Leland is a hard-nosed kid and was a little bit too hard-nosed there. Actually, you know what? They're waving off the flag. They are waving off the flag, so I take that back. Tucker with a terrific play and not penalized, but the bottom line is still a great play there. Tip your cap, your helmet, if you will, to Cheyenne South as they move that ball all the way down to the 8-yard line. And South now with Barker, Austin Barker, their senior quarterback, as I look at my almost in the dark here roster, will take his men up now, first down and goal at the 8-yard line. Been in a very exciting game, got underway a little bit late due to the lightning. And interesting formation. We got 2 receivers and a center. Now the rest of the guys hustle up to the line. Barker takes the snap, hands it off to Jefferson, and Jefferson's going to be dropped for a loss in the backfield. That's number 24 for the Evanston Red Devils, Colton Johnson, the junior linebacker, getting in there and knocking him down for the loss. That'll bring up a second down and goal as that football now, David, marked at the 12-yard line, a loss of 4.
Yeah, the Bison was trying to run to the left side, and the defensive end there just did a terrific job. Came upfield, forced him in to go deep, and they put a tackle on him.
Colton bagged himself a Bison on that play. Take that one
sure
to the taxidermy office. 5:36, 5:35 to go in quarter number 1. Second down and goal. They're going to call it officially at the 11. Austin Barker will hustle his men back up the line. He's going to take that snap right away, or is he? No, we got flags going. I think we've got false start on the Bison, and we do. Now it's second down and goal from the 16. So, David Rowetter, we have moved from a potentially first down and 4. They waved off the flag. First and goal from the 4 to a first and goal at the 8. Now it is second and goal from the 16-yard line. The Bison moving in the wrong direction.
Well, as we said early in the game, somebody's got to get the momentum, and mistakes are going to happen.
Here comes
particularly
Barker.
In the first game.
Back to the line, play action. We're going to chase him, nearly sack him. He's got some time, scrambles to his right, fires. The left-hander does complete, and he's going to be pushed, dragged out of bounds at the 7-yard line. That was number 9, I believe, number 8, Hiram Peterson, the two-way standout for Evanston, pushing him out. And that sets up a huge third down and goal from the 7 for the Cheyenne South Bison. We'll see if the Red Devils defense can hunker down here and get a stop, force the Bison to make a decision on a field goal or going for it on fourth down.
Yeah, this would be a momentum shifter right here if we can hold them.
The Bison split their receivers to the far right and left, hustling up to the line. Barker will fake the handoff, roll to his left, and the southpaw has time, fires into the end zone. I believe that is caught, and incomplete. So that's going to set up fourth down and goal. It was a little bit low, but I think the receiver, David, would tell you he should have caught that ball.
Yeah, I believe he should have, but it was low, right on the ground, and he was about 4 yards deep in the end zone.
You know what should have has done in life? Should have hasn't done a lot, and that ball was dropped, even though it was a little bit low. Now fourth down and 7. We'll see what kind of confidence Coach Pugh has in his kicking game. See if they're going to attempt a field goal or go for it. A lot of times at the high school level, if you don't have much of a foot, you'll go ahead and go for it, even on a fourth down and 7, even at a 4A level. And right now, though, they're going to show some confidence in that kicking game. And
always want to be aware of a fake here, though.
This will be spotted at the 14, so it's a 24-yard field goal. It's way left. I'm talking Ted Kennedy, far left wing there. No good. 4:56 to go in the first quarter of the unit physical therapy scoreboard. 7-0. The Evanston Red Devils lead it here on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation, K-9radio.com. And we'll be back right after this.
When driving safely is a priority to you, trust your brakes, alignment, front end, and suspension to the team at Big O Tires. A bouncy ride can compromise safety and comfort. A properly aligned vehicle will save wear on your tires and can increase gas mileage. And brakes? Well, we all know how important brakes are.
Hey, this is Wayne down at Big O Tires at 607 West Cheyenne Drive. Proud sponsors of the Evanston Red Devils and the Rich Rebels.
Mention this ad and receive $40 off your next alignment.
And welcome back, folks. Live action. And my apologies. I thought they were going to take more time after that missed field goal, but we just ripped off a big gainer there as Hiram Peterson took that football over 35 yards and into the territory of the homestanding Cheyenne Bison, all the way down to the Bison 48-yard line. And just like that, we flipped the field position. 4:40 to go here in the first quarter, brought to you by Main Street Deli. And Miles Piper leads our guys up to the line. That was a first down, brought to you by A-Plus Trophy and Signs. I formation. The give is to Peterson, and he will bully his way forward. Excuse me, that's going to be number 42 for the Red Devils, Zach Guild. As Guild, fine backup there, gets 4 yards down to the 44-yard line. We'll bring up a second down and 6. 4:10 to go here in the first quarter. There's been a lot of stuff. We had technical difficulties. We had lightning. We've got a broken light here. But the bottom line is we've got a 7-0 lead at the end of physical therapy scoreboard and the football. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left, 1 man in the backfield. Piper under center. He's going to drop back. Looks to his right, fires it deep down the right sideline. And a nice effort there, I believe, intended for Alec Johnson.
And that Evanston pass is in.
And incomplete. But I like the idea of going to your stud again down the right sideline and one-on-one coverage.
Yeah, even if he'd caught it, he would have been out of bounds. He was right on the sideline there. But a nice effort.
Third down, they're officially going to call it 7 on the scoreboard. 3:53, the clock stopped, of course, on the incomplete pass.
I'll tell you, that run by Hiram of that 32, 35 yards, that was a sweet drive, sweet run.
3:53 to go. Receiver left and right, wing back on the right side, eye backfield behind Piper. Piper drops back, looks to the right, fires, and that ball is knocked down, incomplete. Going to bring up a 4th down and 7 with 3:50 to go in the first quarter. Brings up an obvious punting situation. David, you want to try to pin the Bison deep in their own territory.
Yeah, and they have an opportunity to do that here. I haven't seen the punter yet. Well, he did have that first punt, didn't he, for about 40 yards.
I believe that's Colton Johnson, our punter, who got the punt off, had to do a little bit of a stutter step as there was a little bit of confusion on the snap. And we may have a situation where we're going for it. Yeah, or at least we're showing that we're going for it. 4th down and 7, and we are. Piper's going to drop back, fire it in and out of the hands of Johnson, and a gutsy call by Coach Fackrell to go for it. Does not pan out, and that will give the ball on downs back to the Bison with 3:46 to go here in the Main Street Deli first quarter with tremendous field position, knocking on the door of midfield. They're going to mark the football with Bison now taking over at their own 44.
That was a little surprising that he went for that on 4th down and 7 yards to go. And it does give Bison good field position at about the 45.
So now the Bison will hustle back up to the line and an eye backfield, and they're going to hand it off to Jefferson, and Jefferson is going to charge hard but only pick up about 2 yards off the left side of the line there. Again, that will make it 2nd down and 8 for the Bison from their own 46-yard line. Nice job of containment there by the Red Devils defensive front and linebacking core.
I believe that was 59, Hayden Boner that made that tackle.
When Big Hayden hits you, and I'm glad it hadn't happened to me, I'm sure it does not feel too good. He is a hoss. 2nd down and 8 with 190 seconds to go in the first quarter. The snap quickly, and the handoff on the right side, and scooting to the outside, and now moving vertically down the field with a first down inside Red Devils territory to the Evanston 44. The tackle by our number 17, Corbin Wagstaff, but Jefferson with the 10-yard gain, and as You may hear the PA man in the background. A Bison first down, and the home folks are giving that an appropriate cheer as both these clubs looking to bounce back from difficult 2013s. Evanston 2-8, one of the wins over South. South was 1-8, their lone win at the 4A level ever over Rock Springs last year. Two receivers to the left quickly. They're going to fire it complete to a man across the middle. We're going to hit him hard, but not until he gets very, very near, just shy, I believe, of a first down inside the Evanston 35 to the 34. Our number 43 with the tackle, and that for Evanston is Big Will Kishball.
On the 34-yard line.
Yeah, he was wide open on about a 4-yard slant in, but boy, Will came up and put a hit on him.
The scoreboard says first down, but I'm going to go with the guys with the chains and say that this is second down and very, very short. Nice job by both quarterbacks early. Piper for the Evanston Red Devils, of course, and Austin Barker doing a nice job. The southpaw junior for the Cheyenne South Bison, who's going to play action, roll to his left, fire in and out of the hands, drop to the field turf. We got a late flag coming in, late flag. I think we may have something on the defensive side, unfortunately, maybe a late push. Nope, it's going to go against Cheyenne South.
Third and 1.
And that's good news for Red Devil fans. If that, yep, they're going to back the Bison up. Let's see what the man in the white hat has to say. And
looks like we have a Bison penalty on the play.
we have a hold, I believe. Personal foul, excuse me.
You know that tight end that went out there and missed that ball, he's 5'11" and 250. Big tight end.
That is a big target, but didn't have the soft hands, and the personal foul on the Bison going to cost them 15 yards. And so you're going to have, instead of a second down and 1, it's either going to be second and 16 or third and 16, depending if that was a dead ball foul. I believe it's going to be just accept the penalty moving back. So second down.
Third down.
Third, you have dead ball. Excuse me, shouldn't have second guessed myself. It's dead ball foul, so you lose the down and the distance. Little double-edged dagger there going against the Bison. Third down and 16. And under center quickly, Barker is going to roll to his left. He's got plenty of time. He's got all day. He can read a book back there. Going to fire it deep. Way back there. Overshoots a man who had beaten our secondary. That would have been an easy touchdown had it been just a little bit softer on the toss, but that will now set up fourth down and forever, 4th and 15, 16 yards for the Bison, who likely, I would think, would punt here to try to pin us deep.
Well, that Bison quarterback threw a nice pass. He just led him by about 2 yards too much, but that would have been a touchdown.
And, folks, we do apologize as we are literally here with our notes in the dark. I'll have enough to read my game notes, but our rosters, we're going to be struggling to get some of the folks whose names and numbers we haven't memorized as the lights are out, but not on the field. A lot of exciting action down there. 1:49 to go in the Main Street Deli first quarter. And Cheyenne South will punt. And we've got a flag. That punt is sky high. We may have tipped it, or it was shanked to the left. And it's going to take a Cheyenne South bounce right by the sideline. But let's check that flag, David Rowetter, in the backfield. Procedure on the Bison, I believe that's going to be declined. And I'll bet we will take that football. Yeah, Coach Fackrell says that's okay. We'll take the football in excellent field position. It is declined. 100 seconds, 1:40 to go on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard here in the Main Street Deli first quarter. 7-0 on that UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. The good guys, the Red Devils, on top on a Miles Piper to Alec Johnson touchdown pass earlier in the quarter. And let's see if the Red Devils can get this drive off to a good start, as we're going to put Alec Johnson out to the far left, another receiver to the far right. Still got some lightning back there in the distance, but it's far enough away that the authorities are not concerned with it. And now we have a timeout taken by Cheyenne South. We'll take it with them here in the Main Street Deli first quarter. 100 seconds to go. 7-0 UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston on top. And you are listening to Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Red Devils football on K-9radio.com. And, of course, on the Big Dog itself, FM 99.1. And we're back right after this.
What does the paint on your front door, the paint on your garage doors, or lasting color on a new sign for your business have in common? The answer, T-Bar S Body Shop. That's right, T-Bar S Body Shop handles custom paint jobs. So when you need a paint job that can withstand all types of weather, season after season, T-Bar S Body Shop has a solution. Call us today. T-Bar S Body Shop in Technoglass of Evanston, 307-789-2639. That's 789-2639.
And welcome back, folks, to Frontier Field, Cheyenne, Wyoming, Bison Stadium. You win a physical therapy scoreboard 7-0. I'm play-by-play man Adam Harold alongside analyst David Rowetter. 100 seconds to go. Hey, I'll get the smartphone from David Rowetter. He's never been accused of being a very smart guy, but his phone is pretty smart. And he's got a light on it, and that's helping us out tremendously. Piper under center, I backfield for the Devils. We're going to work from our own 32-yard line, and the give is to Peterson, I believe, and he's going to bully his way across the 35 near the 36. Call it now a 2nd and short 7, David, with 85 seconds to go in the first quarter, and Peterson and Kishbaugh, a nice combination there to have in the backfield.
Boy, they are. With Kishfield leading up as a lead blocker and Peterson following behind, that's a good combination.
Kishbaugh and Peterson, a 1-2 punch that you don't want to be on the receiving end of. 70 seconds to go in the Main Street Deli first quarter. 2 receivers right, I backfield, 1 receiver to the left, that's Johnson. Piper is going to hand it off and hit in the backfield, but moving forward are back, and he's going to struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. That's Hiram Peterson again. 3rd down and 7 as the clock is under a minute. 46 seconds to go in the Main Street Deli first quarter. 7-0, you win a physical therapy scoreboard. Red Devils on top, looking for an A-plus trophy and signs first down. The band playing cheerleaders for Cheyenne South. One of the few times in Wyoming football that you won't have to put on a ton of gear if you're a cheerleader, as it can get quite cold very quickly. And the Cowboy State football season trips to the left, 1 receiver to the right for the Red Devils, 1 man in the backfield. Piper under center is going to roll to his left, has time, but he's chased by a man. Piper is going to run with the football. He's hit from behind. The ball is fumbled out of bounds. Evanston will retain possession. It may be good for an A-plus trophy and signs first down, a very rather unorthodox way. We'll see where they spot that football. I believe it's going to be just a hair short and 4th down, David Rowetter.
Yeah, he looked downfield and he didn't have a receiver, and so he decided to run the ball and was about 3 yards from the sideline when he fumbled the ball and it went out of bounds.
The good news is the ball is still with Evanston. The bad news is we've got it in our own 41, 4th down and 2, a punting situation with just under 14 seconds, 13.9 to go in the Main Street Deli first quarter. And I believe we're going to drop Johnson back to punt. There's the snap, and Colton puts his right foot into it. A nice high kick, and the catch is not fair caught, and instead he's going to fumble it. We are going to fall on the football. Will Kishbaugh. Great coverage there, and really a rather foolish decision by the return man, David. He should have fair caught that football, did not. He paid a price, lost the pigskin, and Will Kishbaugh, the Headsey senior, the gutty 12th grader, who wears those tools of ignorance in baseball as a catcher, also wears that all those pads out there, knocked him up along with his teammates, fell in the football, and that is a turnover, the 3rd one of the first quarter, brought to you by our good friends at Comprehensive Family Dental, Dr. Sean Grohl, providing quality family dentistry since 1998. He's provided 3 turnovers in the first quarter. Speaking of 3 is the word. 3 seconds to go in the quarter. We've got 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. I backfield. Piper under center. We're knocking on the door, up 7-0 on the Bison 14-yard line. Piper takes the snap and the handoff. We're going to have our man met immediately and knocked down for a loss of 2 yards, and that will end the first quarter. Be 2nd down and 12 when we return. That is indeed the end of the first quarter, brought to you by Main Street Deli. Great food for great people. After the first 15 minutes, the unit physical therapy scoreboard reads Evanston 7, Cheyenne South nothing on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM, the Big Dog, and live online at k-9radio.com.
Thank you, yes you, thank you for helping to make Castle Rock Chevrolet Southwest Wyoming's #1 Chevy dealer. Thanks to you, Castle Rock Chevrolet has been able to expand their inventory of new Chevy cars and trucks, giving you the best selection to choose from for miles around. And financing? That's easy. No credit is no problem at Castle Rock Chevrolet. Let us help get you into the vehicle that best suits your needs.
We're Castle Rock.
Best selection, easy financing. CastleRockChevy.com.
And welcome back to Cheyenne, folks. Tonight's second quarter brought to you by Perkins Automotive. More than 57 years of auto repair experience. 7-0 Evanston. The Red Devils on the road with the lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. In that first quarter, David Rowetter, we had 3 turnovers brought to you by the good dentist, Dr. Sean Grohl. And we'd like to have a whole mouthful of turnovers for the dentist to work on. If the defense can keep playing like that, it's going to be a nice night for the Red Devils.
Boy, I tell you, the Red Devils need to stick it in the end zone right here now. This would be a big momentum. 14-0 sounds better than 7-0.
You got that right, buddy. 2nd down and 12 for the Devils, knocking on the door. That first down play went in the wrong direction, though. Piper leads his mates back up to the line. High backfield with Johnson, the receiver, to the right. And I believe over on the left, we've got our other receiver, Gavin Whitaker, 6'1", 155, split to the far side. Peterson is behind Kishpaw. And Piper will lead his men up to the line, but we've got an issue now with the men in the zebra shirts as they're going to adjust the markers and make it sure that's a 2nd down and 12 and not a 2nd down and 10, as we did lose a couple of yards there. The chain gang getting things straightened out. I tell you, football is a very complicated sport to officiate, to broadcast, to prepare for, to play, to coach. A lot of moving parts. It's not a contact sport. It's a collision sport. It's an expensive sport, but I tell you what, it's good to have football back at the prep level, the college level, the pro level. It's a great sport. Wing back on the right side, high backfield man on the left and right. They faking the toss and going to go with the inside keeper, and they're going to sniff that one out. I believe we gave that to number 27, Tucker Leland, and Leland gained a little bit, but a nice job there by the actually, he lost a yard. Excuse me. And that's going to knock it back to the – no, they're going to call it a gain of 1. Gain of 1.
Yeah, it looked like they wanted to influence everybody to the right side, and they handed it back on a counter and right up off of left guard, and they were waiting for him.
So whether you call that a gain of 1, a loss, or no gain, not much on the play. 3rd down and 11 for Evanston. 2 receivers left, 1 man to the right. High backfield. Piper is under center. Big play here for the Red Devils offense, and we've got some movement up front. Yeah, that's going to be, I believe, a false start on us as we had some poor communication there on the line between the big guys on the front and Piper, and that's a 5-yard procedure, 45 seconds into the Perkins Automotive second quarter, and as Cheyenne South was doing in an earlier drive, we're going in the wrong direction. But that's a lot of these first game jitters for both sides as we are now 55 seconds into quarter number 2. And a big 3rd down and 16 play here. And we've got a pretty good kicker, and I believe that we will go ahead and I would think play this pretty conservatively, just try to set yourself up for a chippy field goal, but we'll see.
Well, I'd like to see him, Miles, put it up to Alec.
You want to strike to the end zone.
You betcha.
High backfield, and now we've got another whistle. I think some more movement.
Delay of game.
Oh, delay of game. So not enough movement. 3rd down and 21, and the further you go back here, the riskier that end zone strike becomes, although Johnson's a fine target, a heck of an athlete at 6'3", 188, standout senior multi-sport star, but we've also got a good leg there and a 2-score lead, whether it's 10-0 or 14-0 would be appreciated. We'll see what the Red Devils do. Coach Fackrell's got a play call here as Piper under center. He's going to roll out. There's pressure, and he's going to be dropped way back at the 36-yard line. A loss of 16 on the play, and a very promising drive has totally collapsed. It's now 4th and forever. It's 4th in the whole state of Wyoming. We have got to move the ball from their 35-yard line down to the
2.
Yeah, you do the math there. You may need a couple of graduate degrees to do that kind of math. I think that's 4th and 33. And, David, they say in football there's not a lot of play calls for 4th down and 33, or as they're calling it, 4th down and 31. But we're going to send 2 receivers left, 1 receiver to the right. Now we're going to man a motion to the right. Piper is under center, going to drop back on the old Hail Mary down the left side, and that ball is overshot, as I believe we were looking in the far corner. Was that Johnson over there? Incomplete, and that'll turn it over on downs to Cheyenne South. So some sloppy play there, penalties for the Devils, and also tip your cap, your helmet, if you will, to Cheyenne. as Lou Holt says at the college level, the other guys that are in scholarship too at the prep level, the other guys are working hard too, and they won that battle. The Red Devils, though, still lead the game on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard, 7-0 on the road, 360 miles from home in Cheyenne, Frontier Field in the state capital.
Well, they lost a little momentum there, but if the defense can just play some good defense here, get the ball back, you can regain that momentum.
Barker is going to roll out with that crafty option, and he's going to fall forward and gain minimal yardage, about 1.5 yards, maybe just back to the line of scrimmage, depending where they spot that football. They're going to call it a gain of 1. 2nd and 9 as the Bison have it. In fact, I'm going to call that no gain where they spot it there. They had differing opinions, but the man who spotted the football is going to give it maybe even a loss of about a football length. So 2nd down and 10, 9.5 minutes to go in the Perkins Automotive second quarter. More than 57 years experience for Perkins Automotive. A lot of experience for the Red Devils, 16 seniors on this ball club. 2nd down and 10. They're going to fake the give, and Barker rolls to his right, going to keep that football, still scrambling, and we're going to push him out of bounds, though. But he does pick up, I'd say, about 5-6 yards, and going to bring up a big 3rd down and 5. David Rowetter for this South Bison offense. And if you're the Red Devils, what do you want to do here defensively?
Well, I'd say stay in your base defense. I mean, they've been doing a pretty good job of controlling the outside run. That's a pretty shifty quarterback that the Bison have, and our defensive ends and linebackers have been controlling him pretty well.
Containment, knowing your assignments against the option offense is something that is just so difficult. You don't see it every week. Certainly Georgia Tech, Air Force run that at the college level, and they can put a lot of points very quickly on the board. Barker up to the line, eye backfield, receivers left and right. He is going to give it to Jefferson coming around the left side. Jefferson has 1st down yardage, and he's going to power up just shy of midfield. A number of Red Devils, including Will Kishbaugh, in on the tackle. And also number 24 for the Red Devils, Colton Johnson, who is all over the field punting, playing a little offense, playing some defense there, but it's a 1st down for the Bison. If you're listening on the radio and you're not watching, not able to watch on K-9radio.com, the Bison in their home black tops with the gold breeches, the black piping, the all gold helmets. Red Devils this year in the new gray helmets with the red pitchfork or trident. The handoff is going to go to Jefferson. Jefferson is jammed up for maybe 1 yard. It looks like half a yard. They're going to mark him right at the midfield stripe. The Red Devils all in white, trimmed in red numerals, a little bit of that blue piping, both the squads with attractive uniforms, but the more attractive score, 7 on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard for Evanston on the road. Nothing, a big goose egg so far for Cheyenne South. They are knocking just on the Evanston side of the field here, just a football's length into Red Devil territory, just under 8 minutes to go in the Perkins Automotive second quarter.
I tell you, Hayden Bomer, 6'4", 260, he was a nice job on that last play.
And the toss is going to go outside for Cheyenne South and streaking down the right sideline and getting near just shy of the 1st down. That's their fine running back, Keyshawn Farmer, 6 foot 175. You'll remember that name, Keyshawn Johnson, in the NFL. Well, Keyshawn Farmer looked like Johnson there as a streak down the sideline. Not quite, though, a 1st down. Going to bring up a 3rd and very, very short big play here. 3rd down and 2, a short 2 for the Bison on the Evanston 42-yard line.
Well, I like to see that Red Devils make them drive the whole length of the football field, not get it in big chunks or big plays, and that's what they're doing right now.
And that's what Coach Fackrell said about his defense. He's a bend but don't break guy and is not going to take that many chances until they get a lot deeper into his territory. And the handoff is going to go to Farmer. Farmer is going to plow ahead, and depending on the spot, we'll see. If you're an Evanston fan, you're going to say you didn't make it. If you are a Bison fan, you're going to say you made it. And more importantly, as David Rowetter is pointing out, if you're an official and you're neutral, you're going to say that you made it, and that's going to be a 1st down, I believe. Yep, 1st down for the Bison. Good call there. Eagle Eye Rowetter pointing that one out even before the officials called it. And tip your cap there to the Bison line. Had enough movement. Barker, the fine quarterback, the southpaw left-hander. It's always interesting when you're facing a left-hander. It's just a different look. That's another thing you got to prepare for along with the option. So the Red Devils doing a good job here, that bend but don't break defense, but a 1st down and 10 for the Bison on the Red Devils' 41-yard line. The handoff is going to go to Farmer, and Farmer streaking down the hash marks to the left is going to cross over the Evanston 35 a gain of 5.5 or 6 yards. 7 minutes to go in the Perkins Automotive second quarter. And the Bison here, David Rowitter, mounting a nice drive.
Well, he was to run off left tackle. The hole was blocked. He just cut it outside, and there wasn't anybody to come up and support him.
Here comes that interesting look as the center and the 2 receivers come up first, and the other 8 guys hustle up. Barker will take the quick snap, hand it off to Jefferson. Jefferson, who's a little guy, is spinning forward. We're going to knock him down just shy, I believe, of a first down. Going to bring up third and very, very short for the Bison if my eyes do not deceive me. Although, let's take a look at what the man in the white cap is going to say, and he's going to eyeball this and say that. Does he want a measurement? Is he going to make a call, let's say? 6:29, the clock is stopped for them to just kind of eye this thing before they bring it out.
He's calling for an...
He wants the chains.
Yep.
And that's the right thing to do. If you're not sure, you've got to bring out the chains. It's that important to both ball clubs. 6:29 to go here in the Perkins Automotive second quarter. Want to again thank our good friends, David, over at the Spring Hill Suites Marriott here in Cheyenne. Newly remodeled all-suite hotel. Incredibly friendly staff. Really love the folks over there. They've treated us so well. And those beds are so comfortable that if I did not have my alarm clock set on my cell phone, my watch, and my camera guy knocking on the door, I might still be asleep. It's that comfortable of a bed. It's right off of I-80 and South Greeley Highway. 635-0006. Ask for the Evanston Red Devils special anytime you're in town, and they will treat you like a king or queen. True royalty. Let's take a look at the chain gang here. The only chain gang you want to be a part of in life, folks, is on the football field. You don't want to be in the big house, and that is a first down. So, again, tip your helmet, if you will, to Cheyenne South. It's by the nose of that pigskin. They get the first down, and, David, that's the 30 wonderful Baskin-Robin feeling. They're 31 yards away from pay dirt. Nice movement here on this drive by Cheyenne South. The Red Devils may, pretty soon, Coach Fackrell may turn into a little bit more of a riverboat gambler to keep these guys out of the end zone.
Yeah, I think they picked up 4 first downs in a row here, and you've got 40 yards to defend right now, and the defense is going to have to step up.
Barker is going to hand that one to Farmer. That's Jefferson, excuse me. Can't get my 3 and 5 straight, but Jefferson is knocked down for no gain, and that's 2 guys in on the tackle for the Red Devils. Number 21, Spencer Burley. Number 84, Tanner Caves, combining for the stop. Second down and 10 for, I'm going to call it 9, actually. They're going to give them a 1 yard in the forward progress. Second down and 9 now for Cheyenne South. They are on our 30. 5:43 to go in the Perkins Automotive second quarter. 7-0 Evanston on the unit physical therapy scoreboard. I backfield quickly. Going to fake the handoff, and the southpaw is going to swing it right side complete. One man misses the receiver. He's going to plow ahead and is very, very close to a first down as a couple of Red Devils knock him down at the 21-yard line. And I think he's going to be just a smidge short and bring up third and very, very short for Cheyenne South as they are knocking on the door of the red zone. Third down and 1 with 5:11, 5:10, 5:09 to go in the first half.
Yeah, it's very important to exercise good fundamentals in tackling, and he just didn't come up and square up and lost the play.
It is tackle football, not two-hand touch, and Barker is got some movement, maybe a false start up front. Let's see. I think that's going to cost Cheyenne 5. We got a late flag in. Another late flag. I don't know if that was some extracurriculars or whatnot. We may have multiple penalties here. Let's see what's going on. Because that flag came in real late as it was not needed.
No.
Yeah, offside. Okay, so offsides on the Red Devils, and there's a first down for the Bison. So we've had encroachment in this game. We've had offsides, false starts, delay of games, a personal foul that was waved off. And so it's been a little bit sloppy, but that's not unexpected in the first game of the season at any level, whether it's 4A in Wyoming, 5, 6A in Texas, the college game, the pro game, the first game of the year, the first time you do something in 6 or 8 months, it's not going to be perfect. But that's for both teams, and right now, 7-0 unit physical therapy scoreboard. Evanston on top, but the Bison looking to tie this thing up as they are now first down and 10 on our 15.5-yard line. 2 receivers to the left. Barker rolls back, fires left side. It's caught, and we're going to slam the man down. Forward progress to the 10-yard line. That was number 2 with the reception, Michael DeBruin, 5'10", 160. DeBryan, excuse me. I got the pronunciation. I butchered his name, and we do have some, as David points out, some laundry in the backfield. We've got a hold on Cheyenne South, so wave off the pass from Barker to DeBryan, and they're crying, if you will, on the Cheyenne South side over that, as that's going to negate the 6-yard gain, and instead that'll be 10 yards from the spot of the foul, spot of the hold. Wow. And that's going to move him way back because the holding call, David, was in the backfield as he was rolling out, and moving back to the 32. They've got to get down to the 6, doing some quick math. This liberal arts guy says that's now a first down and 26, I'm going to call that. So
first and 26.
First and 26. That's not quite first and forever, but it's first in a long, long ways. And Barker is going to give it off right tackle, a minimal gain inside the 30 down to the 28. The Devils will take that all day long when it's first down and 26. Make that now second down and 22. And Colton Johnson in on the tackle again. Colton has had his name called a number of times. So we've now got second down.
Second down and 21.
21. So yeah, they've actually moved the marker there. Second down and 21. That's still a long ways to go with 3:34, 3:33 to go in the first half. We've got another whistle, and we've got, I believe, a timeout taken, and we do, by the Cheyenne South Bison. 3:28 to go in the second quarter here. Thank you, David. 7-0 on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston leads it over the Cheyenne South Bison, and we'll be back on a K-9radio.com and FM 99.1 presentation of Red Devil Athletics.
When you're looking for a mechanic, you're looking for an experienced mechanic. Perkins Automotive has 57 years of automotive experience, oil changes, transmission work, light to major repairs on all vehicles, from cars and trucks to snow machines and backhoes. Perkins Automotive is family owned and operated. Open from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. Perkins Automotive, 10 Riverside Loop in Evanston. Call today for your quote, 307-789-9045.
And welcome back, folks, to Cheyenne, Wyoming, Frontier Field, Cheyenne South High School, as we are just 3 minutes and 28 seconds away from the half. And 7-0 on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Red Devils on top, but Cheyenne South is driving, and I believe we've got a false start. Penalties, a couple flags come in on either side. That's what both the guys are saying along the line. Let the man in the white hat make it official. It is motion. 5 yards, and gosh, where are we now? It was second down and 21. Now it's second down and 26. We've had some ugly-looking crooked numbers for both clubs here early in terms of some second, third, and fourths and forever.
Yeah, it's not been a well-played first half, and Red Devils are fortunate to be ahead 7-0 at this point. They need to play some good defense here and go into halftime 7-0.
Exactly right. It has been sloppy really on both sides, but that 7-0 lead is big, and the defense here has got to continue to step up. Second down and 26. Barker for Cheyenne South is going to roll to his left, has some good blocking, he's going to heave it down the left side, has a man deep, and that ball is incomplete.
He's going to throw a flag.
But we've got, a penalty coming in, and they're going to call that most likely pass interference, maybe some face guarding on the defensive back for Evanston. Let's see what the call is.
That Austin Barker pass is intended for Michael DeBryan. We have a flag on the play.
Of course, at the NFL level, it's spot of the foul. I believe it's going to be
15 yards.
15 yards, right, at the prep level. That's what it is, pass interference. So doing some math here, it was at the 32. That should move it to the 17. I believe that's an automatic first down as well. And the ball will be marked at the...
That'll be a 15-yard penalty on the Red Devils.
17.
Good for another Bison. First down.
Yep, automatic first down.
Boy, that's a tough one to take.
Yeah, that one... trying to be as neutral as possible, even on the voice of the Red Devils. It could have gone either way. Obviously, the man with the striped shirt made the call. You got to respect that. And you got to buckle down here on D. First down and 10 now for the Bison on our 17-yard line.
First down. We have second.
Oh, excuse me, not an automatic first down. So let's call that here differently here at the prep level. Not an automatic first down. Second down from the 17. Got to get down to the 6. So second down 11. They give to Jefferson on the outside. Push it inside the 15 down to the 12-yard line. A gain of 5. Will bring up a third down and 6. Big play here, David, with 195 seconds to go in the first half.
Boy, this is a big play. You got the ball down on the 9-yard line, or is it the 12-yard line? They need a stop here to force them into a field goal.
Third down and 6.
So a huge play here late in the first half, late here in our Perkins Automotive second quarter, where we haven't had too many breaks, as neither team has scored here in the second quarter. It's been a little sloppy. The defense is ahead of the offense, and really the penalties and sloppiness ahead of that. Rolling out now is Barker to his left. He's going to fire toward the end zone, in and out of the hands of his intended receiver, who wanted a flag and did not get one. And that will bring up now a fourth down situation, and we'll see if the field goal kicker, who missed badly on an earlier chippy, is brought back in, or if they go for it here through the Bison with 3 minutes and 9 seconds to go in the first half.
Is it number 8, Peterson?
For us, it's Peterson, Hiram Peterson.
Yeah, he was over there. He had good coverage right on the end zone line, and it was good play. Good play.
And let's get that. There we go. I'm going to adjust our little UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard so we can get it there. 7-0. You'll see if you're watching online in the upper left-hand corner. I want to thank the good folks at UNF Physical Therapy for providing that again. They're going to attempt another field goal, and this one will be spotted at the 19, so called a 29-yard field goal. The snap is good. The hold is good. The kick is up. The kick has plenty of distance. It's going to split the uprights, I believe. Let's wait for the signal. It's good. Yep. 7-3 now in the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston on top by 4. And as we go to break here during second quarter action, brought to you by Perkins Automotive, you are listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
Western Wyoming Community College is your choice for quality, affordable higher education in southwestern Wyoming and the Rocky Mountain West. Western offers more than 60 associate's degrees and 26 certificate programs in business, health science, humanities, math, engineering and science, visual and performing arts, and technology and industry. Wherever you are and whatever your goal, Western Wyoming Community College is your choice for education that makes a difference. Because we are where you are.
Eating, sleeping, breathing, moving. We all do it. It's called living. But as we age, those seemingly mundane daily basics take their toll on our bodies via oxidative stress. Fight back. Supplement with all-natural Pro Tandem, a revolutionary clinically tested plant-based formula proven to reduce oxidative stress by an average of 40% in just 30 days. You take care of your car, your home, your money, but what about you? Supplement with Pro Tandem. Click on the telegram to help that you'll find at any of the sites at mylocalradio.com.
And welcome back, folks, to continuing action here in the Perkins Automotive second quarter. 7-3, Evanston on top of the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard. AP here alongside David Rowetter. Glad you're joining us on this now delightful late August night. Minute 53 to go in the half. I backfield, and we are going to hand that to, I believe, Kishpaw. Or is that Peterson? No, it was Peterson. And Peterson's going to push it forward to the 20-yard line, right down at the edge of the red zone. But that is now going to bring up a 4th down and 2, a big play here. At this level, I'm sure we're going to go for it. And we may have another timeout taken here as Piper walking over to the sideline. But no signal yet from the official. As Piper taking his time. The play clock, I'm looking for it. And we do have a timeout, but we'll keep it right here. As we've got 71 seconds to go, David, here in the Perkins Automotive second quarter. A big 4th down and 2, right on the edge of the red zone on their 20, up 4 in the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard. I'm going to put the offensive coordinator's cap on you. It's a dangerous thing to do, I know, but what's your play call here?
Well, I just wanted to comment. They let the play clock run down. I think they're trying to have as little time, if they score, left for the Bison to have. Offensively, I still would like to see them. They got a great athlete out there in Alec Johnson. And the quarterback, Miles, he's a pretty good thrower. So I'd like to see them go up and go after him.
You want a straight drop back or a little play action? What would your call be?
Oh, I think possibly a roll to the right. If they can get that, downfield block there on the line of scrimmage and let him get outside a little bit, Alec can run a curl pattern. They only need, 4 yards for a 1st down, so it doesn't have to be a long pass play, just a short, pretty safe completion.
And here we go, 71 seconds go in the first half. Trips, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 1 man in the backfield, and Piper is up under center. 4th down and 2. Piper will toss it out to the right side, and we are going to turn the corner and get the 1st down, as that is Hiram Peterson on the toss sweep, gets the 1st down. So with 64 seconds to go in the first quarter, and we've got a whistle as I believe a kid lost his helmet. That's just an official timeout for Cheyenne South there to get that guy off the field. But the bottom line, a 1st down brought to by our good friends at A-Plus Trophy and Signs. That's a critical 1st down, keeps the drive alive. Good point you made earlier. We milked that clock, so now even if we don't score here, the Bison have very little chance to do the same.
Well, they're in field goal range now if they don't get into the end zone. What is it, on the
15-yard line right now? That would be a 32-yard field goal, which is certainly within our range. We're going to split the fine athlete, multi-sport star Alec Johnson, all out in an island to his left by himself. Another receiver to the right is going to be Whitaker, and we are going to give it, I believe, inside to, is that Peterson again. Hiram, just a couple of yards. We're under a minute. The clock rolling. 2nd down and 8, but it's the time, not so much the down and distance. That's the issue now. 45 seconds. Twins, 2 receivers right and left. Piper is going to fake right, throw it in the left side. That ball's up in the end zone, and it is caught for a
touchdown.
They give us the signal there. 6, touchdown, and a flag. I believe that's going to be pass interference defensive.
Yep.
We'll wait for that officially, but right now on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard, 13-3, Evanston on top.
Boy, he did a nice job out there. He was in the end zone. The defensive back had him covered. He kind of waited and come around the defensive secondary guy, and of course he caused a penalty there, but he caught the ball anyway.
Gavin Whitaker with the reception, so both of our fine wideouts have touchdown receptions. Piper to Whitaker, 36 seconds to go in the first half. And we've got the extra point here. Our freshman kicker, not even on the roster, but I believe last name of Richens. And he's a soccer player. And we've got the snap a little high. The hold is good. The kick is up. The kick is good. 14-3. We'll keep it right here on this now 11-point lead on the UNO Physical Therapy scoreboard for the visitors from UNO County. It's been a long, long day, a long, long drive, and some good results, though, up 11 late in the Perkins Automotive second quarter.
Well, if they can win this game, and that'll be a fun ride home. They got the first victory of the season. It builds momentum for that second game at home, and that'll be a sweet ride home.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. We've got still more than a half to play, but you're right. It would be. Well, hopefully it's a will be. But Cheyenne South's got a lot of fight in it. But how about this? Miles Piper, his first year as the full-time starter, did get some experience last year starting the playoff game. A couple of first-half touchdown passes to different receivers. That's encouraging, along with our fine ground game.
Yes.
So 36.7 seconds to go, and that'll bring us to another Jeff Piper Farmers Insurance kickoff. The Jeff Piper Agency, Farmers Insurance in Evanston for all your insurance needs. And that's some nice insurance late in the half to get on the board with just under 37 seconds to go for the South Bison. Hopefully you get a good kickoff here, some good coverage, a couple of snaps, take it to that halftime.
Well, the penalty is assessed on the kickoff here. I don't know if you mentioned that or not, but he'll be kicking off from the Bison 45-yard line, so I would assume he's just going to
just boot that one.
Well, boot it into the end zone, or maybe just kick it low. And
yeah, it's a good call on your part, David. I didn't realize that it was assessed like that. I thought it would just be waved off, but they do tack it on. And we are going to tow things up here and kick it away deep. And that ball caught at the 1-yard line, across the 10. And we're going to smack down the return man inside the 10 as he spun for more yardage as DeBryan knocked down at the 9. And I've got to imagine Coach Pugh, with 31 seconds to go in the game, is just going to take a knee, and we'll head to the half here momentarily. But a big first half for both the Evanston offense. Piper with the touchdown passes to Johnson and Whitaker. The defense causing 3 turnovers, brought to you by our good friends at Comprehensive Family Dental, Dr. Sean Grohl. So far, so good, 360 miles away from home.
Well, I'd like to be a little mouse in the locker rooms at halftime. I like to hear what those coaches have to say, and they're not going to be pleased with the ball handling and with the overall play. But it's nice to enjoy a 14-0 lead, and I'm sure he's going to say, boys, we still got 30 minutes of playing time left.
Handoff, going to go, and we're going to smack down the ball carrier for a gain of 1, maybe just back to the line of scrimmage. And I've got to imagine that's going to be the final play of the half, as I think both coaches are going to be content to let that clock roll out as the temperature has dropped here. It's not too terribly cold, but in a couple of weeks, as most of you know, in Wyoming, it will be rather uncomfortable to be out late at night. But a very comfortable, if not comfortable, certainly impressive lead for Evanston at the half, 14-3. And that is the end of the second quarter, brought to you by Perkins Automotive, more than 57 years of auto repair experience. As we go to the half, the UNO Physical Therapy scoreboard reads Evanston 14 and Cheyenne South 3 on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
When you follow your students' school activities from one end of the state to the other, it can get expensive. Whenever you're in Evanston, save money and eat healthy at the Legal Tender Restaurant inside the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner daily, you and your family can eat a balanced meal without breaking the bank. The Legal Tender Restaurant is located close to the Evanston schools. For directions, visit bestwesternwyoming.com.
First impressions matter. When you want to stand out, uniquely brand your business, organization, or team with help from Old West Design inside My Favorite Things at 164 Front Street. Create a professional image with uniforms, golf shirts, t-shirts, hoodies, decals, keychains, koozies, coffee mugs, and more. Manager Natalie Willie Lively and Old West Design help winners dress for success. Inside My Favorite Things, Old West Design, 164 Front Street, Evanston.
And welcome to the halftime show, folks, brought to you by Bear Lake Realty. Gary McKee. Visit bearlakerealty.com. We are back with first half highlights right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
If you or your friends are looking for a home or vacation home at beautiful Bear Lake, you don't have to wait any longer to live your dream. Bear Lake Realty has properties in every price range. Relax. Create memories for generations to come in your home or vacation home at one of the most beautiful lakes on earth. It all starts with a phone call. We will help you find the perfect home for you and your family. Call today, Gary McKee at Bear Lake Realty, 435-946-8888, or go to bearlakerealty.com.
And welcome back to the Bear Lake Realty Gary McKee halftime show. Our first half highlights are brought to you by Brian's Muffler Shop. Brian's Muffler Shop, taking care of your vehicle's performance. And the Evanston Red Devils, David Rowetter, took care of some turnovers in the first half. 3 there, I believe all in the first quarter, if I'm not mistaken. And that was very, very big in terms of field position and keeping Cheyenne South out of the end zone. An 11-point lead, 14-3 on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard. And those 3 turnovers brought to you by Dr. Sean Grohl. Very, very big for the Red Devils here tonight.
Well, very seldom do you win a ball game when you have that many turnovers. And so unless the Red Devils turn it back over to them in the second half, they're sitting in pretty good position. The one thing I was impressed with was the Red Devil defense. They're holding them out of the end zone when they had that sustained drive of about 4 or 5 first downs.
And we talked about it, that lunch we had with Coach Fackrell. He prides himself on a bend but don't break defense, and giving up that field goal, that's it. That's very, very impressive. A lot like the New England defense. They'll take chances, the Patriots, at the NFL level when you get deep on them. Some other highlights in the first half. How about we knew we had a good ground game. Kish Paul and Peterson. Hiram had that big 50-yard run. But Miles Piper, the first-year starter, the senior quarterback, a heady guy, 2 touchdown passes, one to the standout receiver, Alec Johnson, another guy who's quickly developing into a solid standout as well on the other side, and that is Gavin Whitaker. So Whitaker and Johnson each with a touchdown pass from the senior signal caller, and that accounts for the scoring for Evanston. Very impressive to see the first-year starter with a couple of passes for scores in the first 2 quarters.
They were impressive passes right in the corner of the end zone. And also, I don't know what the running total is for Hiram Peterson, but I'm guessing he's probably got to have about 75 to 85 yards this first half.
Those are our first half highlights, brought to you by our good friends at Brian's Muffler Shop, taking care of your vehicle's performance. This is the halftime show, brought to you by Bear Lake Realty, Gary McKee. Time now for Standout Students, brought to you by Monkey Shine's Car and Truck Wash, which is where I'll be headed once I get back to Uintah County as you drive about 700 and something miles through Wyoming with the rain and wind and whatnot. You got to get your car washed. Monkey Shine's a place to do it. Tonight, though, we're going to visit with Gabby Bowie of Evanston High School. We're back with our overachieving academic right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
Nice ride.
Thanks, Marissa. Monkey Shine's Car and Truck Wash keeps my sedan sexier than a sports car.
Too bad the same can't be said of your shirt.
Huh?
Monkey Shines has a laundromat, too.
Who's this guy?
He's kind of cute.
Adam Jackson, voice of the Kemmerer Rangers. And your Brooks Brothers button-down is spottier than the New Mexico Lobos secondary.
Why, you...
Better go wash up at Monkey Shines, AP.
But...
You heard the lady, pal.
Wait, Marissa, where are you going?
Out with Adam Jackson, a sharp-dressed man.
Monkey Shines, 528 County Road, Evanston.
Our standout student this week is Gabby Bowie, a rising junior at Evanston High School. Gabby, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem. Thanks, AP.
Let's start with the Gabby Bowie file. Where were you born? Where'd you grow up?
I was born in Ellensburg, Washington, and I actually moved here in the middle of 3rd grade around Christmas.
You've been here since 3rd grade. What is your favorite subject?
Well, I'm really a band geek, I guess you could say. I just have a good passion for music and the arts.
Let's talk about your passion for music. Obviously, you've gotten involved working with us at the radio station, but who influenced you to get into music, and talk about your love for music?
My grandma inspired me. She started teaching me piano when I was younger. It came really easy to me, so I just pursued it in middle school and started playing clarinet.
Let's talk about your dream future. What would that be professionally?
I haven't decided yet. I have a mixture of feelings there, just undecided.
To be announced. Now, you can't be a standout student with a shoddy 2.3 or 2.4 GPA. Can you announce to the world what your grade point average is?
Well, I'm around a 3.96. I have A minuses that bring me down, so.
I wish I was coming down from a 3.96 back in my school days, about a 2.9. So, hey, that's very, very good. Balancing work, fun, family, and school, Gabby, is a challenge. How do you manage your time?
School is most important, obviously, but I do pretty good about keeping my grades up, and I get my homework done after work usually before I go to bed. In school, I haven't had too much homework lately. Friends I keep mostly on the weekends after work and such. It works out.
And finally, some advice for some younger kids who want to follow in your footsteps, work, have fun, also be a good student. What's the key?
Get your homework done first. I know it's not fun, but it'll pay off at the end.
That's the voice of the Monkey Shines car wash spots. Gabby Bowie, a rising junior, actually now current junior at Evanston High School. Gabby, thank you so much.
Thank you, AP.
And that standout students featuring Gabby Bowie, brought to you by our good friends at Monkey Shines Truck and Car Wash. And ironically enough, as we just learned, Gabby Bowie also the voiceover artist for many of our Monkey Shines commercials. Standout student Gabby Bowie, nice work there. Next on the Bear Lake Realty Gary McKee halftime show, we'll chat with the University of Wyoming head football coach Craig Bull, new guy, Nebraska alum, on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at K-9radio.com.
Here's a question for you. How do you feel about your smile? Are there things about it you wish you could change? Maybe you can. At Bear River Dental, we want to see your smile, and our unique services can help you get the smile you've always wanted. So be happy. Your perfect smile is just around the corner. Come see us today for your free smile consultation, only at Bear River Dental.
Hey folks, AP Harold here with you at the half. Earlier this week, I had a chance to sit down with new Wyoming head football coach Craig Bull. Here are some highlights from that conversation. You're a three-time national champion at college football's second highest level, and I'm sure you want to replicate that at UW. Are you in favor of expanding the new playoff system beyond its current 4 teams? And if so, what do you expect the timeline on expansion to be?
Well, my perspective is I think there's going to be more than 4 teams that are going to warrant consideration for expansion. I think it's great that FBS has moved into a playoff format. I don't think 24 is an appropriate number. That's the amount that we had at the FCS level, but those decisions are far above my pay grade. I can tell you that. I think that people are going to see the tremendous amount of excitement as we move forward through this season. And typically what will happen, there'll be a line that will be drawn, and the 5th or the 6th team that's out there is going to be fairly disgruntled. I'm in hopes that they would continue to expand that. I think our conference is going to really represent our play well, and hopefully there's going to be some school from the Mountain West that's going to garner a lot of national attention.
Coach, Montana has a simply nasty defensive front. How will you combat that talented unit with your own big uglies?
Well, we've got to, we watched an awful lot of tape on the Grizz from last year, and first of all, Zach Wegeman is an outstanding defensive end. He plays with a great motor, and not only he but the other guys that are up there, they're going to pose a big challenge for us. We know that Montana is replacing their linebacker crew, but those 4 down guys really can wreak some havoc. You're accurate, in our assessment. We don't have a real experienced offensive line. There's a new system that has come into play. Coach Fuchs has done a great job developing these guys, but nonetheless, we will be challenged this Saturday, and we're excited about that challenge.
What can you tell us about the Montana Grizzlies offense?
Anytime you're looking at an opposing offense, I particularly always look at the quarterback, and Johnson is a great quarterback. He'll be a 4-year starter. He's mobile. He's able to throw the ball. They've got a stable of running backs who pose a great deal of a challenge, and also a wide-open passing attack. So anytime that you have a dual threat like that, that certainly is a challenge for a defense. I know our defensive staff has worked extremely hard. It's going to be important that we establish the line of scrimmage, do everything that we can to make the Grizz one-dimensional, and that's going to be a challenge in itself.
Coach, this is your first year in Laramie. How have you gone about bonding with a bunch of guys, the vast majority of whom you did not recruit?
Well, the first thing we had to recognize that we chose to come here with a call from our athletic director, but our players did not choose us. And so gaining their trust, they've been through an awful lot. Time and time again, I've been asked what I've enjoyed most about coming to Wyoming, and it's been a resounding, the number one thing I've enjoyed most is our players. And so it's been a fast curve getting to know our players, also implementing our offense and defense and kicking game. I think that's always a challenge as well. But with that challenge, there's great opportunity. This program has a storied history of greatness, and it's our goal to return Cowboy football back to national prominence and national relevance. That will be a process, but make no mistake, it's going to be important that we start out and play well against the Grizz this Saturday.
Your alma mater is similar to UW in that the University of Nebraska is the only D1A program in the state. Discuss the pride residents of the Cornhusker and Cowboy states take in their respective flagship institutions of higher learning.
Well, that's a great question. In the short amount of time I've had an opportunity to canvass our state, not only your hometown, but everything from Gillette to Cody and everything in between. What you find is that there's a great deal of pride about Cowboy athletics. And it's important for us to recognize that we're representing the state, that we're not the University of Laramie, we're the University of Wyoming. And in the short time that I've been on staff, it's really been a pleasure for me to get out amongst the people of our state. And that's why it's important that we play well and that we have a football program that our fans can be proud of.
You're an old defensive back with a few gray hairs on your head now. Certainly with the advent of the modern passing attack, secondary play has had to evolve over the years. Comment on the changes in the position you played as a collegian.
Well, a couple things. First of all, if you know me very well, there's not very many hairs on my head. And second, if you look at my resume, you'll see I didn't play a heck of a lot at the University of Nebraska, but I think your points are well taken. Offenses have really evolved. When I played, heck, if there were an offensive formation there were not two or three backs in the backfield, you thought it was an illegal formation. Offenses have spread the field, and that's challenged defensive coaches. Certainly, hurry-up offenses have challenged. However, I think you'll find that defensive coaches are pretty resourceful in adapting. Coach Stannard, our defensive coordinator, is a very experienced defensive coordinator. Spent several years at Colorado State at Tulane. I know him. I actually was part of the recruiting effort with him at the University of Nebraska. We've got an experienced staff, but nonetheless, we will be challenged this year. The good news is we have 9 returning starters. Now, our statistics last year were not good. We'll need to play better defense, but we're confident as we implement the Tampa 2 system that's going to adapt well with the offensive formations that we're confronted with.
That's a man who won back-to-back-to-back national championships at the 1AA level. The brand new head coach for the UW Cowboys, Craig Bull. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thanks a lot.
And that is our weekly chat with Craig Bull of the Wyoming Cowboys here on the Bear Lake Realty Gary McKee halftime show. The second half kickoff approaches on a Big O Tires of Evanston. Presentation of Evanston Red Devils football at KNYN 99.1 FM, live online at k-9radio.com as we are up 14-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Devils by 11. We're back right after this.
Do you want to further your education? Are you thinking of attending college? I'm Alan Calms for Western Wyoming Community College right here in Evanston. You can start now here in Evanston. UNABOCE's #1 education center, in partnership with Western Wyoming Community College, provides students a low-cost alternative to leaving town. Western offers a variety of associate degree and certificate programs that can be completed right here in Evanston. UNABOCE's #1 education center and Western Wyoming Community College. Together, we are your local community college.
Welcome back, folks. That is your halftime show, and we certainly appreciate all of our fine sponsors as we have brought you a number of things at the half. The interview with Craig Bull out of Wyoming, our standout student, and some thoughts on the highlights there in the first half. And thank you to Gary McKee of Bear Lake Realty, and all the fine folks and businesses that played a part in our halftime activities. They put a couple more minutes on the board here as the kids warming up, and want to thank our crack commandos back in Evanston, including our fine sales manager, Julie Burley, who relays this update. The cross-country team for the boys, how about this? Dylan Gilpin and Sam Richens finished first and second, respectively. We had 4 other guys in the top 15, Brady Olson, Zach Brinkerhoff, Jace Richards, and Miles Trujillo. The girls had Clarissa Barton finish third, Grace Kennedy, Micah Harvey, and Gerard, just have a last name there, finished in the top 15, and says maybe give them some publicity in the rain delay. I sorry I didn't get that text in time, but let's give them some publicity right now. David Rowetter, first and second in the cross country for the boys. That's pretty darn impressive.
Well, it's not just football in high school athletics. There's a lot of other activities going on, and certainly cross country is a demanding sport. A lot of training has to go into that, and so congratulations to those young people that won their races today. 14-3
here at the half. The Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. It's good news if you're a Red Devil fan, and you likely are if you're tuning into our broadcast. An 11-point lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. 70 seconds to go. And David Rowetter, speaking of our broadcast, you can catch us if you're listening on the radio now. You want to see it, k-9radio.com. I know you've got folks back in your now native Denver. You've got family in Ohio tuning in as well. So good to have k-9radio.com represented in multiple time zones.
Well, yeah, it's not international, but it's certainly across the United States. If somebody would have said that I would be sitting here next to you trying to give some color highlights a month ago, I would have said, you're crazy.
Right.
And so I'm enjoying this. I tell you, I look out here on this football field, and what a typical brisk fall night for football. These high school kids are out here giving it all they got. So
absolutely. I tell you what,
great night.
David, I am crazy, but that's besides the point. And a tip of the cap, I'm sure that we've got some folks with Evanston having a fine mining and mineral tradition in the state of Wyoming. I guarantee you there's some folks in the Middle East, Africa, Asia, Europe that are in that industry that are tuning in online. And a big thanks to our mastermind, Val Cook, our owner, who's had this vision of putting these games streaming online for a number of years, and just the past couple of years able to do that. And I'm proud to be a part of it. And so many folks who work behind the scenes are doing a great job as well. Now time to get action going here in the third quarter, brought to you by our good friends at Aaron's Furniture Rent to Own. And on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard, 14-3, our good friends at Farmers Insurance, Jeff Piper Agency, Farmers Insurance in Evanston, will bring you this kickoff. And Evanston will tow it up from the 40-yard line. It's going to be Anderson with the kick. It's a short kick, taken at the 36, but we're going to cover it pretty well. Knock a man down after forward progress to the 39, 3-yard return. 7 seconds into the quarter, and we've got a running clock here. That's interesting. I would think that, the clock finally stopped. 5 seconds went off that clock after that tackle, and that could be big late in the game. But bottom line, David, the Cheyenne South Bison will scrimmage from their own 39-yard line. Pretty good field position.
Yes, it is. And I'm sure the coach had something to say to him at halftime that you need to come out here and be more disciplined. Don't turn the ball over, and take it down the field to score on this first drive.
Barker is going to hand the ball off up the gut. We're going to sniff that one out, and we've saying there's a fumble, that it's on the ground. We say we've got it. We're jumping up and down. Let's wait for the official call, and we've got the ball, I believe. We're going nuts. We're going crazy. The man in the white cap. Yep, we've got it. That is the 4th turnover of the game. And how about the good luck there from the good dentist, Dr. Sean Grohl, Comprehensive Family Dental, providing quality family dentistry since 1998. He's provided us 4 loose teeth, so to speak, 4 turnovers here. And Evanston gets the football back 21 ticks into quarter number 3 here, brought to you by Aaron's Furniture Rent to Own. And we're looking not just for an A-plus trophy and signs first down, but for a touchdown here as we're just 39 yards away from pay dirt. Alec Johnson, the fine stud receiver, out to the far left. We got a wing back on the left side, eye backfield. Piper under center. We're in white, they're in black and gold. We're trimmed in red. And Piper is going to hand it off, and we're going to be hitting the backfield. The ball's on the ground. That's a fumble. They're going to fall on it. Who's got it? I believe that South got it, and they did. And how about that? Back-to-back turnovers. And tip your cap to the defenses on both sides, or maybe blame the offenses. But the bottom line is, in the first 28 seconds of the Aaron's Furniture Rent-Owned third quarter, David Roeder, we've had 3 different possessions.
He was going to be thrown for a loss of 2-3 yards, and they just stripped the ball out of his hand, and the Bison was there ready to take advantage of it.
The ball is picked up on the fumble at the 47-yard line of the Bison. They will scrimmage there 3 yards from midfield, a handoff, and they're going to get into Evanston territory going around the right side. That's Jefferson, a nice cutback, and he's going to be dragged down at the Evanston 43-yard line. That is our number 42. Let's get a look there with that light on our roster here. Zach Guild, Zach Directors Guild, if you will, there producing that tackle. And but it is a big pickup and a first down for the Bison down to the Evanston 42-yard line. 45 seconds into quarter number 3. They've had it twice. We've had it once. 2 turnovers. They're driving now in our territory. The handoff off right tackle, big hole, and moving it all the way down to the 31-yard line. That's a gain of 12 or 13. Another first down for the Bison. The tackle by number 30, and that is Brett Loam, the 6'1", 190-pound junior linebacker for Evanston. But David, after the 2 turnovers, the traded turnovers, the Bison moving the football very, very well.
Yeah, it reminds me of the second quarter when they had a sustained drive and only got a field goal out of it. Let's hope the Red Devils defense can stand up here.
Backfield receiver split left and right, and the give is to Jefferson. Jefferson, big hole, will cut back toward the middle. We've got a face mask, a couple of flags coming in. That's my unofficial call down to the 20-yard line, a gain of 12, and I believe we're going to tack on another 10, half the distance to the goal. Let's see.
Well, it'll probably be half the distance.
Right, I think it's going to be first and goal from the 10 as they're spotting it at the 20, and I think that's 15 yards on the flagrant personal foul. Yep, personal foul, face mask, Evanston, 10 yards. And, yep, that's what it is. So it's going to be first and goal at the 10-yard line. So how do you like that? 76 seconds into the half. We've had all this action. We've had a fumble by Cheyenne, an immediate fumble by Evanston, a quick drive here, 3 or 4 first downs by the Bison, a big personal foul, and now first down and goal from the 10. Clock will roll, 10:41, 10:40 to go in the Aaron's Furniture Rent-to-Own third quarter. I formation. The give is to Farmer. Farmer bullies his way close to, but not to the 5. Going to mark it at the 7. A gain of 3. 10:27, 10:26 to go in the third quarter. And here is that bend, but hopefully don't break defensive effort inside their own 10 for the Red Devils, David.
Yeah, the Bison are trying to run the ball inside the tackles. They've had their best success running right there, and that's what they did in the last play.
Huge early possession and drive here in this football game as Cheyenne South at home trying to get right back into it as they go into a power offset eye, and the handoff streaking out to the right side is Farmer. Farmer bullying his way forward, falls near, if not across the goal line. They're going to stop him just short down inside the 1, and now they're going to signal touchdown. Another man comes in. That's the man in the white hat. He's going to say touchdown. That's 6 points on the board for Cheyenne South as the Bison strike very, very quickly. After they turn it over, we turn it over, and they march down the field very efficiently. Really not much opposition offered on that defensive campaign there for Evanston. Credit the big bullies on the offensive line there for Cheyenne South, and they've cut this game on the UNT Physical Therapy scoreboard. Actually, you know what? Gosh, let me just take all that back. They're going to overrule the man in the white hat. Maybe he's going to overrule himself. They are going to mark it inside the 1. So it hasn't happened yet. That really didn't happen in terms of the touchdown, but certainly a big gainer there. And David, third down and goal from inside the 1.
Yeah, they got about a foot to go to score.
So we may not have replay at the high school level, but those guys thought about a power set and the handoff and pushing it across the end zone into the end zone for the touchdown, Cheyenne South. And I believe Marquez Jefferson, the running back, got the carry and the score, and it's now 14-9, a 5-point lead on the UNT Physical Therapy scoreboard for Evanston. Always an adventure, though, early here with kicks from the folks homestanding Bison, and we'll see if the extra point is successful. They shanked a easy field goal try earlier and then connected on one, so 1 for 2. And we await The snap, hold is good. A little high snap. The kick is up, though. Kick looks good from here. Wait, and it is good. 14-10. 9:43 to go in quarter number 3. Third quarter action brought to you by Aaron's Furniture Rent to Own. 14-10 on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston by 4. We're back on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Red Devils football on the Big Dog 99.1 FM KNYN and live online at k-9radio.com.
Here's a question for you. How do you feel about your smile? Are there things about it you wish you could change? Maybe you can. At Bear River Dental, we want to see your smile, and our unique services can help you get the smile you've always wanted. So be happy. Your perfect smile is just around the corner. Come see us today for your free smile consultation, only at Bear River Dental.
And welcome back, folks. Third quarter action brought to you by Aaron's Furniture Rent Own. Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, 14-10 now. Evanston just on top by 4. A big late score at the end of the first half, looming even larger for Evanston, or else they would not have the lead. And we're going to take this one at the 11 to the 20, 25, and spinning forward to the 29. Got a flag in there. That's number 27 for Evanston with the return, Tucker Leland, the fine slot receiver and excellent baseball player. And we've got a hold, it looks like David Rowetter is indicating on Evanston. That'll march us back, depending on where the flag is thrown, either half the distance or 10 yards from the spot. And, Dave, we've got ourselves a ball game here. It looked like maybe the momentum was shifting, a late score, 14-3 at the half in the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard for Evanston. Then the big turnover, we got the ball, but then we turned it right over. They came down, got the touchdown, cut it to 4. Then the clip, as they called it back in the days when you played block in the back. We're going to scrimmage from our own 14-yard line. A lot of momentum. They're fired up here at home. A big drive here for the Road Warriors, the Devils, tonight.
Yeah, the Red Devils need to regain that momentum that they had in that second quarter. So
Twins to the right, twins to the left. 2 receivers either side, 1 man in the backfield. Piper is under center. We're in white, they're in black and gold. We got our gray helmets. We got some movement up front, and either we moved or they encroached, and I think that's going to be on us, but let's wait and see. The man in the white cap is going to say false start on us, and instead of 1st and 10 from our own 14, David, it's now 1st and 15 from our own 9.
5-yard motion penal on the Red Devils.
Yeah, there's just been a loss of confidence, I think, on the Red Devils offensive unit, and they just need to come out and start playing some solid football.
Receivers split left, right, twins on either side. 1st down and 15 from our own 9. We're backed up against it. 1 man in the backfield. Piper is under center. Piper is going to give the football and up the gut. I believe that's Kishpaw, and Kishpaw is going to hustle that ball all the way up to the 29-yard line. Excellent run there by the senior standout middle linebacker and fullback. And Kishpaw, just like that, doesn't flip the field, but certainly improves our lot. Gets us a big 1st down, brought to you by A-Plus Trophy and Signs, and also gets us out of the shadow of our own goal line.
Yeah, he had about 4 or 5 yards, and they missed a tackle on him, and that allowed him to get another 15 or so yards.
Great job by the line of breaking him and by Kishpaw of doing the rest. Eye backfield receivers left and right. 1st down and 10 on our own 29-yard line. Piper, the senior signal caller, will hand it off right tackle, and that's a minimal gain to the 30 and a half. And I believe that was Kishpaw again on the carry. 2nd down and a long 8, if you will, just under 9 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Brought to you by our good friends at Aaron's Furniture Rent to Own. Right now, we, so to speak, renting the lead here, 14-10. You'd like to own it and finish the game ahead. These teams have played some competitive games the last few years. Evanston has always come out on top. We'll see what happens this year. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Eye backfield, Piper under center. Red Devils will scrimmage from their own 30. Piper is going to be dropped for a big loss, though, back, call it the 22 or 1 yard line loss of 8 or 9 on the play. The tackle by big number 54, and that is Nate Grossman. And that was gross, man, if you will, if you're a fan of the Red Devils, as Big Nate put the big hurt, unfortunately, on Piper. And now it is 3rd down and a long ways to go. We're looking at about 3rd down and 18, 19, they're going to officially call it here. Not a lot of play calls for 3rd and 19. Twins to the right, twins to the left. One man in the backfield for Piper. We'll see if they bring a blitz here. Piper drops back. Pressure is coming. Fires tipped and incomplete. Nearly intercepted by the linebacker, number 24, Kelby Niebuhr, excuse me. And a punting situation for Evanston. So here in the Aaron's Furniture Rent-Owned third quarter, David Rowetter, 7:41 to go in that third quarter, 14-10 the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Red Devils have gone backwards, and the momentum has shifted firmly to the camp of the homestanding Cheyenne South Bison.
You know, it appears to me that Coach has decided that he wants his running game to get going, and he's not put the ball in the air very much, so he's focusing on his running game.
Colton Johnson to punt. The snap is good. The kick.
Good kick.
Is a nice high kick. It's going to take a sideways bounce and roll into Cheyenne South territory, and the Bison will scrimmage from their own 47-yard line with 7:31 to go in quarter number 3.
You know, we talked a little bit about how that 400-mile or 360-mile trip might affect it. Looks like these Red Devils are getting a little bit tired. That defense is dragging a little bit, and the offense is just starting to push that line around a little bit.
So Barker will bring his mates up back to the line. If you're watching online, you see the center and the 2 receivers get up there first and the other 8 guys. Barker will take the snap, hand it off. I believe that is Jefferson or Farmer, and he's just going to be eating up a sea of white jerseys. Smack him down for basically no gain. It's Jefferson. We'll call that no gain. 2nd down and 10, 7:15, 7:14 to go. 14-10 here in the third quarter on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. The third quarter brought to you by Aaron's Furniture Rent to Own. Red Devil football. They're looking to get off to a 1-0 start after a tough 2-8 campaign a year ago, marred by injuries. And of course, South, one of the newest schools in Wyoming and the newest 4A school, has only one 4A win in its history. High backfield, receivers split left and right. The toss, it's dropped, and Jefferson picks it up. He's still on his feet in the backfield, and we're going to knock him down for a big loss back at his own 41-yard line. That is a loss of 6 yards. It'll move it 3rd down and 16, and the tackle way back there in the backfield by our number 14, Dylan Matheson, the fine junior, 6 foot 167, the defensive back getting up there in the backfield.
Yeah, that was just a bobble by the tailback. They tossed the ball back to him, and he just let it fly right through his hands.
That wasn't a turnover, but it was darn close to one, and a unfortunate situation if you're a Bison fan, and certainly you'll take the break if you're Evanston, as the fireworks literally going off behind us, or in front of us, I should say. And if the 3rd down and 16, see if there's any fireworks in this play. They're going to throw it out in the right side, and it's dropped. And they're going to call that a forward pass incomplete. It's not a lateral, it's dropped. 4th down and 16 now. We're just over halfway through the quarter here in the third quarter. UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard 14-10. Obvious punting situation, David, for the Bison. And credit a little bit on that drive, the Evanston defense, but more so the Butterfingers, if you will, of Cheyenne South. They dropped the pitch, and they dropped the, probably wasn't going to be a first down. But if you don't catch the football, you're not going to move the football.
That's right.
Evanston awaits the Cheyenne South punt. Punter going to stand at his 26. It's a poor snap. The left-footed kick is a poor one, but not really his fault, as he had to hustle it off, and that ball is going to take an Evanston bounce backwards and go out of bounds at the Red Devils' 39-yard line, and that's where Evanston will scrimmage 61 yards away from pay dirt. 5:49 to go in the third quarter, brought to you by Aaron's Furniture Rent to Own.
Well, it's time for the Red Devils to take charge again. They need that offensive line to open up some holes and drive that ball down the field, get that momentum back that they've lost.
So Piper will bring his mates up to the line. We're all in white, trimmed in red, a little bit of blue. They're all in black up top, the gold bridges with the gold helmets and the black piping. And Piper, speaking of piping, hands it off to Kishbaugh. Kishbaugh streaking down the right side. Step arms a man, takes it down the right side, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, maybe a face mask pulled out of bounds inside the 5. No flags, but a big gainer all the way down to the 4-yard line. From the 39 to the 4, that is a 57-yard run for Will Kishbaugh. Do have a flag there at the end. I believe it's going to be a face mask. The tackle by Marquez Jefferson. And we'll see where that flag is. Oh, no. Oh, no. David, the flag's in the backfield. It could be coming back.
Oh, boy, that was a fine, fine run.
That hurts. I heard that the flag was there. I was watching the play, describing the play to you, and I was thinking, gosh, there maybe was a face mask over there. But it looks like the area of holding, and everybody's walking back, so you can take that long 57 deliciously scrumptious yard run by Will Kishbaugh off the board if you're an Evanston fan, and mark it 10 yards, not from the line of scrimmage, but from the flag. And the flag was thrown at the 36. That'll mark it back to the 26. So instead of having it at the 4, you've got it at the 26, a 72-yard difference. And that's why penalties, folks, can be very, very big in the game of football.
Yeah, it's first and 26, or first and...
Down on their own 26-yard line.
Call it first and 23, and it's a difference in field position of
80 yards.
72 yards, to be precise, exactly. Well, that's the game, and you got to deal with penalties on either side. So trips to the left and one man to the right. Piper is going to toss it back to Peterson, and Peterson coming around the left side is going to be tackled, but not after, or not before, I should say. He gets a long gain across the 30 near the 35, called the 33. That is a gain of 7 on the play. Call it 8, and so it's going to be second down and 15, David. That's a nice pickup when you've got a bunch of yards to get back.
Yeah, their running game has started to pick up a little bit here in the last 5 minutes or so, and I'm sure Coach may stay with that, but, you know, I've seen that defensive line stunt 3 or 4 guys on second and third downs to try and shut that run off.
We got Peterson and Leland in the slot, Alec Johnson to the far right, one man in the backfield, another receiver to the left. Piper is going to fumble the football in the snap, and I believe the Bison fell on it. I believe and one of the guys is underneath there, one of the officials looking at that, but from my eyes, the Bison got it. Let's see who came up with it, and the Bison are pointing that way. They've got the football in their hands, and it's a turnover.
Yeah.
So Piper unable to get the snap successfully from his center, Reyes. It's a turnover. Gives the ball back to the Bison with 4:42 to go in the Aaron's Furniture Rent-Owned third quarter. Evanston on top, but the momentum clearly has shifted to the Bison as they own the only points of the second half here in the third quarter. Have the football again on a big turnover, our second turnover of the quarter, David Rowetter.
Yeah, the turnovers are starting to even out a little bit with the Bison getting these last 2 really destroying any opportunities for the Red Devils.
Rolling out to his left with plenty of time and great blocking and firing left side, but underthrown as Barker will bring up a second down and 10, 4:37 to go in the third quarter. Brought to you by Aaron's Furniture Rent to Own back in Evanston. Here in Cheyenne, South trails it on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard to your Red Devils, 14-10. But the Bison on the march, I believe, from my unofficial tally here in the darkness outside with the broken light. We've got 7 turnovers in the game, 4 by South, 3 by Evanston, and all of them of the fumble variety, nary a pick in this game. There have not been many passes thrown, although all the scoring for Evanston, interestingly enough, 2 touchdowns in the first half, Piper to Johnson and then Piper to Whitaker. We're showing blitz. We're going to drop off, and the handoff is going to go right up the gut to Farmer. Farmer is going to fall forward for a gain down to the 28-yard line. So call that 4. David, that'll bring up a big third down and 6 with just under 4.5 minutes to go in the Aaron's Furniture Rent-to-Own third quarter. Interesting play call here if you are South. May want to take it to the air.
Yeah, although they've been running the ball well on the sweep, coming off tackle and then kicking it outside, and we've not been able to keep the contain on those runs.
And I think I said 32. I was looking on the wrong side of the line. It's the 28-yard line. Correct my Georgia math there. And backfield. They're going to fake the handoff, roll to the left, and fire it down the middle of the field. Caught. First down to the 16-yard line. That's a gain of 12. The tackle by Evanston's number 21, Spencer Burley, but not before a big first down picked up by Cheyenne South as they're inside the Evanston red zone. 3:51 to go as the clock stops momentarily, David, on the Bison first down.
That was a well-executed pass play by the quarterback.
So Barker, big completion there on third down. And again, that interesting dynamic where the center and the 2 receivers come up first. And the other 8 guys hustle up there. Barker with the eye backfield. is going to hand it. I believe that is going to be Jefferson. And Jefferson, or is that Farmer? Let me catch that there. That's Jefferson. Excuse me, Farmer, number 5. That 3 and 5 are so tough to distinguish from up here. But Farmer hustled down to 6-yard gain. The tackle by number 24.
Colton Johnson.
Yeah, Evanston, Colton Johnson.
He saved a touchdown there.
The old touchdown saving tackle is huge when you've only got a 4-point lead and you got 15 minutes to go in the game. 3 minutes to go in the Aaron's Furniture Rent-A-Own third quarter. Hustling up the line, eye backfield, and they're going to fake the give, rolling out to his left. Eludes a man, lofts it for the end zone. That ball is in and out of the hands of the receiver. You had him, just couldn't hold on to the pigskin. Had his man beat back there, did the receiver, but could not catch the football. He's shaken up a little bit, probably hurt his pride more than himself. He's up, that's good, hobbling a little bit. But the bottom line is it's now 3rd down and 5. David Rowetter for Cheyenne, knocking on the door inside the red zone at the 12-yard line of Evanston.
Yep. Well, they just need to bow their necks and play some good, solid defense here. Don't let that running back get to the outside. And that's where we've lost a lot of yardage this second half.
And that's Michael DeBryan, the fine wide receiver, who's hobbling there. Hopefully he's okay. Yes, he gave a fantastic effort, just couldn't hold on to the football. 2:54 to go in the third quarter. Huge play here late in the third. 14-10, Evanston by 4. It's getting a little chilly as things heat up, though, down on the field. Barker will hand it off right tackle, and I believe he's going to be close to the first down, the ball carrier, and that is going to be Farmer again. He's down at the 7, and I believe he needed to get to around the 7. We'll see what they say down there on the field. The man in the white hat, of course, can either call it a first down. Fourth, it's going to be a 4th down. So 4th and short.
For the Bison.
2:46 to go, as I believe they're going to ask for the chains.
Ball's on the 7-yard
Yep.
line.
They're going to ask for the chains to come out, or are they? Let's see. He was motioning over to the chains, was the man in the white cap, the referee. And do they want to come out here or not? It's bottom line is a 4th down, and I think, David, that
close enough to measure.
This one is going to be a situation where if they are indeed short, that you're going to go for it here. As you're down 4, it's a very, very short distance to go, and you are moving the ball pretty well.
Oh, yeah. I know the coach will go for this one. It's less than a yard to go, and he's had success running that ball off tackle and up over the guards. So,
as they take a look here, the chain gang, and let's just assume this is going to be short. Coach Fackrell has said he's a bend but don't break guy, but when you get down on him, deep here, he takes a little bit more of a riverboat gambler mentality. And as we await this, if it is short, what are some of the options you have? In fact, it's not short, so it's an academic thing. What are some of the options you have as a defense? But the reason they measured it, they weren't 100% sure, and it turns out it's a first down. So scratch all that hypothetical. It's a first down and goal from the 7-yard line of Evanston with 2:46 to go in quarter number 3. And now that they've got 4 downs on you, your options are not quite what they were if you just had to stop them one time.
No, I think the Bison will just pound that ball up inside. They're not going to take any chances. They're not going to put it in the air. And they've had success running the ball.
A lot of times at the higher levels, college or pro, you might see that little play action rollout, but they're going to a power eye. They're going to give it to Jefferson. He's going to try to bounce it outside, and he's going to be knocked down short of the 5. A gain of maybe half a yard, maybe a full yard to we'll call it 6. So second down and goal from the 6 as the clock ticks with 160 seconds to go in, 140 seconds, 135 seconds now to go in quarter number 3, brought to you by Aaron's Furniture Rent-A-Own, 210, 209, 208. As David predicted, just a little smash mouth football here.
Well, I expect the same thing on second down.
And again, that unorthodox approach as Barker hustles up the line, takes the snap, rolls to his right, and he's going to keep it with a bootleg on the ground, but we're going to knock him down. That's Colton Johnson. Colton met him. We've got a late fumble, but I think that's going to be forward progress. But a great job, Colton Johnson sniffing that one out. He read the bootleg all the way and planted Barker into the field turf at the 9. A loss of 3, third down and goal from the 9.
A little surprised at that play call.
Too adventurous in your opinion?
Well, They ran up inside. They faked up inside. He rolled to the right.
It was really long developing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was, and that defensive end played his position very well.
Yeah, Colton gets a high IQ football play there. 3rd down and 9. They're going to go to the air, fired across the middle. That ball is knocked down, and getting his mitts on that football. Taking a look there. I'm going to look on our camera. Was that number 56 for Evanston? And I believe, looking at my Skylar Bond, yeah, knocked it down. Nice job by Skylar of knocking that one out of the sky, if you will. 4th down and 9 with 68 seconds to go, and I think I would kick here.
Yeah, I think they were planning. I think number 4 is their kicker.
Let's go to our roster here. Aaron Enoch, 5'11", 130-pound sophomore, if he is going to be in there. But now we've got a situation where I think they may be
they're
going to go for it. Going to hustle up to the line, 4th down and goal from the 9, rolling out to his left. The quarterback, Barker, fires, caught, and into the end zone for the touchdown. Gutsy call. It pays off for Cheyenne. The Riverboat Gambler mentality for Tracy Pugh. They don't go for 3, they go for 6 and get it. Rolling out to his left.
It's a 9-yard touchdown catch by Riley Habercorn.
As Barker to Habercorn makes it now 16-14, the first time in the game that the Cheyenne South Bison have the lead, and with just a couple of ticks under a second, really 59.8 seconds to go in the third quarter, the Bison will try to extend their lead from 2 to 3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. We await the snap, which is good. The hold is good. The kick is up. The kick is good. 17-14. Evanston trails it by 3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Third quarter action here brought to you by Aaron's Furniture Rent to Own. This is a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Red Devils football and KNY 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
Shop with confidence. Big O Tires of Evanston has the buying power to bring you great prices on tires and the people power to make sure you drive away happy. No matter what you drive, big or small, the professionals at Big O Tires in Evanston will help you choose the tires that are right for you. From performance tires to durable economy tires to exact match OEM tires, we have the tires you're looking for.
Big O Tires, 607 West Cheyenne Drive in Evanston, 307-789-1130.
Wow, nice. Yep, Aaron's carries the good stuff. It's amazing when you think about it. Aaron's is all about helping people own without needing credit. It's really easy. You're pre-approved, so you just pick out what you want. You choose a lease ownership plan that best fits your budget. We verify your information, and wait, that's all. We deliver it, and we get it at Aaron's. We know. People don't want to just lease it. They want to own it. And we make owning easy, so you can own the life you want.
And welcome back, folks, to live action. The kickoff is a short one and covered by Evanston at our own 22-yard line with 57 seconds to go in quarter number 3 here. Brought to you by Aaron's Furniture Rent Own. Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard for the first time tonight. Evanston trails it by 3, 17-14, 57 ticks to go in the third stanza. And David Rowetter, some momentum is certainly needed offensively for the Evanston Red Devils, who have stalled here, quite frankly, in the third quarter when they've had the football. 3 men to the right, the trips, 1 man to the left, Piper under center, 1 man in the backfield. Piper is going to hand it off up the gut to Kishbaugh. Kishbaugh does well to lunge forward to the 24-yard line, a gain of 1 on the modified dive as he was hit in the backfield but bullied his way forward.
Boy, you just can't say enough about that turn of events where we had the ball on the 4-yard line and that holding penalty brought it back, and then the fumble, and then the score. Boy, what a momentum changer that was.
2nd down and 9. We've got it in our own 24-yard line. Twins, 2 receivers to the right, 1 man is in the slot, I backfield, 1 receiver to the left. We're going to bring in man in motion to the left to make it Twins, on the left side. Piper looks to the right, is going to fire it for Johnson. Johnson falls down. Is there a flag? No. Incomplete. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 9 with 10 seconds to go in the Aaron's Furniture Rent Zone third quarter. I like the idea, but unable to execute there between Piper and Johnson.
Yeah, he just slipped on the wet surface there and didn't have a chance to catch that ball. But you do like the fact that he's 6'3", he can go up for that ball, and we'll probably see that play again before the game's out.
So 10 seconds to go in quarter number 3. Big 3rd down and 9 for Evanston. We're on our own 24-yard line, but at least like to flip the field position, if not keep the drive going here. As Twins to the right, eye backfield, Piper drops back. Here comes some pressure. A little screen pass is dumped off up the middle, and we've got some time. I believe that's Peterson hustling down into the other side of the field, all the way down to the 29-yard line. That's a huge gainer from our 24 to their 29, doing some quick math, 26 and 21, 47 yards on that little dump-off screen play, and the tackle made by Michael DeBryan, saving a touchdown.
Oh, boy, what a play by Coach. I've been watching the defensive line, and they've been coming up there and blitzing and coming after the quarterback. What a great call that was.
And that is the end of your Aaron's Furniture Rent-Own third quarter. Some momentum coming back now to the Evanston Red Devils, 17-14, though. We trail it on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard here at Cheyenne South. This is a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Red Devils football on KNY and 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
Thank you. Yes, you. Thank you for helping to make Castle Rock Chevrolet Southwest Wyoming's #1 Chevy dealer. Thanks to you, Castle Rock Chevrolet has been able to remodel and expand their service department, now offering new tire and wheel sales, alignments, and services from simple oil and filters to complete rebuilds. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Good people who will treat you right.
We're Castle Rock.
Highly trained mechanics you can trust. CastleRockChevy.com.
And welcome back, folks. It's now time. Put that hand in the air with those 4 fingers. Keep the thumb down. Own the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter action brought to you by our friends at Morgan Valley Polaris, your Polaris destination. Who is destined to win this one, we'll see. It's 17-14. The home team, Cheyenne South, has 2 touchdowns here in the second half to take a lead on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard, but a big 47-yard pass play there on the screen, and you call that just a beautiful play call, David Roetter, by Coach Fackrell and his guys.
Yeah, the coaches up here in the box, they saw that heavy rush from the defense, and that was the perfect call, play to call.
I believe that's Coach Moore, our offensive coordinator. You can tip your cap to him, and that play call is Peterson, 47 yards on the screen pass from Piper, and we've got it on the Cheyenne South 29-yard line, a 1st down and 10, brought to you A-plus trophies and signs. And the handoff is going to go to the outside, and that's Peterson. Peterson is going to cut it up the field inside, fumbles the football, picks it back up, falls out of bounds, has the football inside the 10-yard line down to about the 7 or 8, a gain of just over 20 yards, and a near disaster there at the end, but Hiram holds on to the football after he fumbles it, picks it back up, falls out of bounds on the tackle, mark it at the 7, a gain of 22.
Well, you got to speak to the character of these Red Devils. They were down, big up, down, and now they're decided they're coming back.
A-plus trophy and signs, another 1st down, and that's down at the 8-yard line, actually, so a gain of 21, 20 seconds into quarter number 4. It is a 1st down and goal for the Red Devils on the road here, 360 miles away from the 82930 zip code. Backfield, 1 receiver to the right, a couple of tight ends on the left side. The give is to Peterson. Peterson off left tackle, cuts it back inside, and he's going to bully his way into the end zone for the touchdown.
Good job.
Evanston back on top, 20-17 now on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard, 40 seconds into the fourth quarter. David, we lead it by 3.
These guys play with a little chip on their shoulder, and I think they just got a little bit angry with themselves, decided we're going to come back and score a touchdown, and by golly, they did it.
Huge play here. The PAT can make it a situation where a field goal cannot tie you. And hold is good. Snap is good. The kick is up. Not a lot of leg to it, but it gets across there. Yep. 21-17, 40 seconds elapsed in the fourth quarter, brought to you by Morgan Valley Polaris, your Polaris destination, in the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard, 21-17, Evanston on top. On a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at k-9radio.com.
It's always the season for riding. At Morgan Valley Polaris, we're equipped to handle any season. We carry a full line of Polaris snow machines, ATVs, and Victory motorcycles. From accessory installation to winterization and everything in between. Our parts and service department have highly skilled technicians that provide quality and speedy service. We have all the riding gear that you want, so stop in today. We're more than a store, we're a destination. Morgan Valley Polaris, 1624 Harrison Drive in Evanston.
And welcome back, folks. Fourth quarter action, again, brought to you by our friends at Morgan Valley Polaris, your Polaris destination. We're destined for a barn burner, a doozy here, a shootout. 21-17 on the Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston back on top. Our first ground touchdown of the game as Hiram Peterson took it in from the 8, and the kickoff is going to be taken right at the 10-yard line, and it's going to be brought back across the 20 and then bottled up there by a bevy of Red Devils at the 22. Nelson with the return of 12. We're 46 seconds into the fourth quarter. Brought to you by Morgan Valley Polaris. 21-17. The Red Devils on top on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. That kickoff brought to you by Jeff Piper of Farmers Insurance. Jeff Piper Agency, Farmers Insurance in Evanston. So Barker will bring his guys back up to the line. It's dropped down into what, the mid-50s out here, or low 50s, as we're bundling up. We are outside the press box with a broken light, but this is anything from a broken game. It's a lot of fun out there. These guys are getting after it on either side. Both these clubs desperately want to go to 1-0 after tough 2013s. Barker will hand it off up the gut, and we are going to stop the ball carry. I believe Jefferson after a short gain across the 25 to the 26. Call it, David, a gain of 3. Bring up 2nd and 7, a minute into the fourth quarter.
Well, I hope that drive by the offense will inspire these defensive guys to, play good, solid defense here and make them turn the ball over to us.
We've had, I believe, 7 turnovers in the game. South fumbled it 4 times. We fumbled it 3 times. We had a big penalty taking back a long run by Evanston, so you can really kind of call those things even. 21-17. Red Devils by 4. They're going to throw a little out pass, nearly picked off as it's incomplete. The closest man was our defensive back, number 14, Dylan Matheson, who nearly got his paws on it. But nonetheless, that will bring up, David, a 3rd down and 7 with the clock stopped, 10:35 to go in the game, as Cheyenne South is on their own 26-yard line.
Well, they've had success throwing the ball when he rolls out to the left. Being a southpaw, he rolls to his natural throwing motion, and the end goes down and out, and they've had good success on that. So let's see what they do here.
Barker with the snap will roll to his right and fling it, and it's short, incomplete. Bring up a 4th down. Clock stop, 10:29 to go in the contest. Obvious punting situation for Cheyenne South. And David Rowetter, as you mentioned, the defense looks like got fired up by that nice possession there that resulted in a touchdown for the offense. And Evanston right now, momentum is a fickle thing, but chugging on all cylinders on both sides of the football.
Yeah, just got to take care of the ball now in this punt return.
We got a couple of guys back deep, and Hiram Peterson is one of them. And Cheyenne South will have a nice kick, and it's going to be taken at our own 36 to the 40. It's Tucker Leland. Leland up near midfield, going to be stopped a couple yards short at our own 48-yard line, but a nice return by the junior Tucker Leland as Tucker takes it from the 35 to the 48. You can call it that, a return of 13, and great, not good, but great field position, David Rowetter, as we're just 52 yards, make it 51 yards. Going to mark it at the 49-yard line away from pay dirt with a 4-point lead, just over, 10:19 to go. Just under 2 minutes have elapsed here in the fourth quarter. 4-point lead for the Devils on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, 21-17. We've got receiver to the right and left, a wing back on the left side, the eye backfield behind Piper. Piper sends a man in motion. That is Leland, the slot man, to the right. Takes the snap, handed off inside. I believe that's Kishpaw, and Kish is going to motor that forward just across the center stripe for a gain of a long 1. Call it 2nd now and a short 9 with 10 minutes to go, right at mark in the contest.
Well, we'll see if Coach Fackrell continues to stay with his offense and run the ball. He's had good success here recently.
Alec Johnson is split to the left, and to the right it is Whitaker in the slot is Leland, another man in the left slot, and we've got a flag, and that's generally on the offense.
Yeah, defense.
But this one's on the defense. And we've got encroachment. And that's just a silly penalty if you're a Bison fan, but a nice gift if you're a Red Devil fan, broadcaster, coach, or player. And instead of 2nd and 9, it's now 2nd and 4. A lot more options open up. You can certainly afford to keep it on the ground, play some power football here. The clock rolling. 9.5 minutes to go in the game. 21-17 Red Devils on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Looking for another A-plus trophy and signs first down. In this Morgan Valley Polaris fourth quarter. Receivers left and right. We're going to send a man in motion to the right, and the give is going to go to Peterson. Peterson off right tackle, busts a big one. He's still on his feet inside the 25, all the way down to the Cheyenne 23. David, a gain of 22 yards for Hiram. Fire him, get him going. Peterson, 2 men in on the tackle, including number 15, Riley Habercorn, and also Shane Dilsaver, number 46, but not after a 22-yard gain by Hiram Peterson, who's over 100 yards.
Boy, Coach Fackrell was really high on Peterson's running ability, and you can see tonight, he's well over 100 yards in rushing, and that's...
And how about the blocking by the Big Uglies and Kishbaugh, freeing up Peterson. Great work there. Got a wing back on the right side, eye backfield, receiver right, left. Piper is under center, and we're going to give this one to Peterson, I believe. And Hiram's going to bounce outside for a yard, yard and a half, 2 yards, 8.5 minutes to go in the game. 2nd and long now for the Devils, as they will mark that one, David, looks like about the 22.5 yard line.
Well, the defense is doing the same thing that I mentioned a little while ago. They're bringing their 3 front guys, and they're blitzing some linebackers, and they're committed to stop the run. And Coach Fackrell, he wants to stay with the run. So we'll see.
Power on power. Something's got to give. Maybe a little play action. Go to Johnson, who split to the far left. We've got another man to the far right. Man in motion coming to the right. And we are going to give that ball to Peterson off right tackle, I believe it's Peterson. And he's going to push that inside the 20 down to the 18. Yep, it is Peterson. 6 yards, and the Red Devils offensive line and Peterson win that battle. And the war, 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go in it. 21-17 in the game. Red Devils on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard by 4 here in the Morgan Valley Polaris, 4th and final quarter.
Yeah, we need the next 5 yards to get that first down, keep this drive alive.
Big 3rd down and 5. Receiver to the left, receiver to the right. On the right, it's Johnson. Send a man in motion to the left, eye backfield, and nearly tackled in backfield. The ball's on the ground. We're going to fall, and I believe we kept it. And that should set up a field goal opportunity, as we're going to lose a yard, assuming we held on to that football, which I believe we did.
Jake Brown causes a fumble on the play.
4th down and 6, as Jake Brown got in there and nearly tackled Piper just as he snapped the ball, David.
Yeah, and it disrupted the whole play, and he didn't get a good, clean handoff. And fortunately, he fumbled it right in front of him, and he was able to recover it.
Very, very fortunate. I don't think we have confidence to kick a 37-yard field goal. We're going to go for it here. 4th down and 6, 6:40 to go in the game. Big play here. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Eye backfield. Piper under center, sends a man in motion to the right, leaving 1 man over in the left. We got some movement on the offside. Bison, and I believe, encroachment offsides, 5 yards, and that moves it from 4th and 6 to 4th and 1. And now, instead of spreading the field and going for some sort of rollout, most likely, you can go for a power play if you want, assuming that they are going to keep this on the defense. That's what the side judge had indicated, and I don't see anything else to. Yep, it's going to be on Cheyenne South, 5 yards. And so 4th and 6 becomes 4th and 1. 6.5 minutes to go in the Morgan Valley Polaris fourth quarter and in the ball game, of course. That's why they call them quarters. There's 4 of them. 21-17, Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston on top by 4.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to run a play to the right side with Peterson being the ball carrier. That's where they've had their success this quarter.
You know, you could go with the dive to Kishbaugh. You could even do a little riverboat gambler rollout and hit your tight end or a wide receiver for likely an open score. And they're just going to bully ahead with Piper, and he's going to get more than enough. I like that call. That looked like Matt Ryan of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
My team in the pros, as they just hustled up there and gave Cheyenne South a taste of their own medicine with that quick snap, easily picking up the first down. Piper driving ahead for 3 yards. David Rowetter down to the 11 from the 14, first down and 10 from the Bison 11.
Yeah, it's nice they can get a first down without scoring a touchdown down at about the 1.5 yard line.
A-plus trophy and signs brings that first down for all your local award, trophy, and sign needs. What we need is a score here, too. I backfield with an offset wing back who goes in motion to the right. Receivers left and right. The give is to Peterson. Peterson off right tackle. Bullies his way forward for just a little bit, just near the 10. May have gotten 1 hard yard, or at least most of a full yard. But it's called that second now and a long 9 as we're under 5.5 minutes to go in the game. 21-17 Evanston on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Somebody's going to be 1-0. Somebody's going to be 0-1. Somebody's going to be thrilled. Somebody's going to be upset. That's competitive athletics. It's the 4A level. Both these teams coming off disappointing 2013s would love nothing more than starting off 1-0. And Evanston here with a touchdown could go up 2 scores. Second down and call it a long 8. 3 men in the backfield. Receivers left and right. Send a man in motion to the right. And dropping back and firing in the left corner for Johnson is Piper. That's up there and dropped incomplete, but we've got a flag thrown. He caught it. He didn't. It's not incomplete. He caught it. It was bobbled. He caught it. That's a touchdown, pending the flag, which most likely is defensive pass interference. It's Alec Johnson.
I think it was an offensive pass.
Oh, but they're going to call it offensive pass interference. I'm all over the place in this. I thought it was dropped, then it was caught, and now I think it is offensive. Johnson has got his hands on his head as if to say, are you kidding me? Yep, offensive pass interference. Good job, David Rowetter, spotting that. So it was not incomplete. It was caught. There was interference, but it was not defensive. It was offensive, and that's going to bring it back. I believe that's also loss of down on that penalty?
No.
No, it's not. Okay.
I think it'll be third and
because that was a second down, and if it's loss of down, that'll be third now. If it's not, it'll still be second. I think that's a loss of down and offensive pass interference. Let's see.
That's going to move the ball back to the 25-yard line.
Back to the 25, and it's now
second.
Okay, so not loss of down. You're right. Second down. But, wow, that's quite the sea change there. You thought you had a touchdown for a second. Second down now, and a long ways to go inside the 5 for the first down. 4:53 to go in the game. We're going to fire a little slant pass, and it's caught. And I believe that is Johnson again. And he's going to get this one down inside the 15 to the 14, a gain of 11, David Rowetter. 4:40 to go now in the game. Going to bring up a third down and about 12.
They want to use as much of the clock as they can, run their full allotted time, and run that clock down. That's their friend right now, is that clock.
Officially, they're going to call it 3rd and 13 from just inside the 15, so got to get down right at the 2. Johnson and Leland to the left, and I believe that's Whitaker to the right. Backfield, Piper under center, 4:14 and rolling in the game. 4-point lead for Evanston on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Piper looks right side, fires, has Whitaker overshoots, and that ball may have been picked off, and it is intercepted. It'll be a touchback, and DeBryan with the pick. And that will give the ball back to Cheyenne South. They will scrimmage, David, now from their own 20. 4:05 to go in the contest. And it's going to come down, looks like, to one long possible drive for the Bison as they trail it by 4 in the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Well, the Red Devils played better defense the last time out. And so let's hope that they can continue to play that good, strong defense.
All right, here we go. It's going to come down to Red Devil D versus Bison O. 80 yards to pay dirt for Cheyenne South and a big stop potentially away from pay dirt for Evanston. Barker will roll to his left, bump into a man, still on his feet. He's going backward, just going to chuck this one up out of bounds.
That
and
should be.
Are you looking for a intentional grounding?
Yeah, it sure looked like it. There wasn't.
But he did get it past the line of scrimmage.
But there was no receiver anywhere close within 10 yards.
I think some of the cheerleaders and trainers may have been closer, but we're going to call that one now. Second down and 10. Clock, of course, stopped, and the incomplete pass, 3:59. 21-17, Evanston on top. UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard on the road. A million miles, actually, 360 miles away from home, but way over here on the other side of the state. And the handoff is going to go on the right side, and we're going to knock him down. Just a whole gang tackle army of Red Devils slamming into the ball carrier as Farmer is plowed, pun intended, the Farmer into the ground. Third down and 9 with 3:40 to go in the game. UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard, Evanston by 4.
That left side of the defensive line, they were waiting for him, and that was a nice play. Nice play.
Play of the game here. 3rd down and 9. 3:30 to go in the game. Both teams with their full allotment of timeouts. Barker up to the line, eye backfield, rolls back. The southpaw has time. Got a little swing pass on the screen on the right side, and a first down as we missed a couple of tackles. Nice play call there. And the receiver, I believe number 42, nope, Shane Gilsaver, number 46 on the catch. And then run is going to take that one from the 21 all the way up to the 37 for the first down. Clock stops as he ran out of bounds. And 3:14 to go in the game.
Yeah, if that tackle hadn't been missed, he wouldn't have got a first down. They would have had to go for it on 4th or punt the ball.
Hustling up the line, Barker brings his men. Eye backfield, receivers left and right. The give is to Jefferson, or is that Farmer, but he's knocked down after no gain or maybe even lost after a yard. It's Farmer again. I'm going to call it 2 yards. And so it's now 2nd down and 8, just under 3 minutes to go, David, in the game.
Yeah, let that clock keep it running, under 3 minutes.
Scrimmaging from their own 41, the Bison are still huddling. They've got all 3 timeouts, and this is going to end in either a score, a turnover, or downs. This is not going to be a punt situation anymore for the Bison as they hustle up here. Down 4 in the Interphysical Therapy scoreboard. Eye backfield. They fake the handoff, rolling out to his right as Barker. We're chasing him. He still has some time. He's now going to throw this football away. Great coverage back there by Evanston's number 21. Spencer Burley was all up in the grill of Austin Barker. He was up in his kitchen. He was trespassing, and he was in the face of Barker, and Barker made the wise decision to throw the football away. 21-17. 2.5 minutes to go, 150 seconds to go in the contest. 21-17, Evanston on top. The Red Devils by 4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. It would be great therapy for the Red Devils to get this win. The Bison thinking the same thing on their side. 2 receivers to the left. They're going to throw a slant pass on the left. It's caught complete for the first down across midfield into Evanston territory at the 49. And DeBryan again is the man with the reception. And 2:24, the clock stops after 2 Red Devils make the tackle. Number 8, Hiram Peterson, and number 84, Tanner Caves.
Bison 1st and 10 on the 49-yard line.
Clock now rolling again, David. 2:20 to go in the game. Defense needs to buckle down.
Yeah, the bend-o-break philosophy's got to kind of tighten up here. You can't give them too much. Although a field goal won't do them any good, they have to score.
2:07 in the game. They're going to toss it back to Jefferson. Jefferson looking for some room, has a little bit of it, and will plow ahead down inside the Evanston 45 near the 44.
Jefferson on the sweep.
On that sweep, let's give him 5 yards. A minute 50, a minute 49, a minute 48 to go in the game. And a modified huddle here, it looks like, for the Cheyenne Bison with a minute 40, a minute 39, 99 seconds to go in the game. They're still taking a little bit too much time if you're a Bison fan. For Evanston, hey, take all the time you want. They hustle up now. Here's the snap. Rolling out to his left. We're going to chase him. Fire left side, incomplete as he attempted to find DeBryan again. A minute 29 to go in the game. That'll set up a 3rd down and 5 for the Bison on the Evanston 44.
Yeah, the Bison quarterback rolled out, and he just threw a kind of a bad pass into the ground. But I'll tell you, Peterson was right behind him, and had he caught the ball, he wouldn't have got any gain.
Plenty of time left, really. If you're Cheyenne, you're more concerned now about down and distance. You've got 89 seconds, but it's 3rd down and 5. You've got all your timeouts. Bison up to the line. They drop back, looking left side for DeBryan. That ball is off his hands on the coverage is Hiram Peterson. Peterson, ever the classy guy, extends his hand for a lift up, but DeBryan, when it's now 4th and 5 in the game, the line says, hey, I get up on my own. 86 seconds to go in the game, and here's the game right here. If the Red Devils can get a stop, they're in really, really good shape.
Well, I tell you, the Red Devils caught a break there. The safety really interfered with one of the receivers, but it was not the primary receiver, and I don't think the referees saw it. So we got away with a little one there.
Breaks are part of the game. You'll take them wherever you can get them in a game or in life. 86 seconds to go. And a big play call here for Coach Pugh. And we've got a timeout taken here by the Red Devils. And let's go ahead and take it with them. 21-17 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. 86 seconds to go. K-9radio.com and the Big Dog 99.1 FM. We're back in half a minute.
Western Wyoming Community College is your choice for quality, affordable higher education in southwestern Wyoming and the Rocky Mountain West. Western offers more than 60 associate's degrees and 26 certificate programs in business, health science, humanities, math, engineering and science, visual and performing arts, and technology and industry. Wherever you are and whatever your goal, Western Wyoming Community College is your choice for education that makes a difference. Because we are where you are.
And welcome back, folks. Play of the game. Cheyenne, Wyoming, Cheyenne South at home. Your Evanston Red Devils by 4 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard, 21-17, a minute 26 to go. Cheyenne South on hour 44. They've got it 4th down and 5. Barker under center. Going to roll out and fire it left side. Complete inside the 40 to 39. And they're going to mark that a first down at the Evanston 39-yard line. The tackle by our number 2, Alec Johnson, but not before. Barker to Habercorn gets a big first down for the Cheyenne South Bison, and with exactly 80 seconds to go in the game, the Bison keep the drive and their hopes for a win alive.
Well, when I first saw that, I thought he was short by about 2 feet, but the referee marked it a little bit further upfield, and so they got their first down.
Sounds like me attempting to dunk a basketball short by 2 feet, but he had the first down. They're just outside our 38-yard line. We've got some whistles here. We may have another timeout. Let's see what the play call is, or maybe we've got an issue with the chain gang. And the white hat is conferring with one of his black hat guys out there. The men in the striped shirts have done a fine job tonight. It's a very difficult job officiating sports, especially football, with so many moving parts, if you will. And I think they've done a fine job, as both these teams have really laid it on the line. Class kids on both sides, class coaches that are good buddies. But, hey, this is competitive athletics. Somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. And that, quite frankly, is why you're listening or watching, why we're doing this broadcasting. It's exciting theater out here and life lessons. But it's a lot more fun in those life lessons when you get the W. Both teams going for that right now. First down and 10, 75 seconds to go. Barker with the toss back to Jefferson. Jefferson looks for some room outside, cuts it up straight up the field, still on his feet. He's still on his feet, has the first down, and pushes down to the Evanston 26-yard line. The clock will stop on the first down with 64 seconds to go. Gain of 13, and wow, this is getting dramatic, folks, as call it 14 down to the 25, and the clock will start on the whistle unless the Bison have taken a timeout, and they have. So with 64 seconds to go, the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard, Evanston by 4, 21-17. This is a Big O Tires presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on K-9radio.com and, of course, the Big Dog FM 99.1.com.
Eating, sleeping, breathing, moving. We all do it. It's called living. But as we age, those seemingly mundane daily basics take their toll on our bodies via oxidative stress. Fight back. Supplement with all-natural Pro Tandem, a revolutionary clinically tested plant-based formula proven to reduce oxidative stress by an average of 40% in just 30 days. You take care of your car, your home, your money, but what about you? Supplement with Pro Tandem. Click on the telegram to health that you'll find at any of the sites at mylocalradio.com.
And welcome back, folks. Rolling out to his left is Barker. He's looking left, has a man at the 20, the 15, 10, bullying his way down to the 6-yard line. First down and goal from the 6. A pickup of 19. A nice play call there on the rollout, hitting the big tight end. 2 men in on the tackle. Number 8, Hiram Peterson. Number 21, Spencer Burley. But now, David, first down and goal for the Bison with 55 seconds to go in the game.
Yeah, the Bisons have had a lot of luck on that rollout with the tight end or the receiver going down and out and hitting him. And, boy, does he rumble, number 45, when he gets going.
Quickly up to the line, and I believe we may have another timeout. Let's see here. This may be called by Coach Fackrell in Evanston. Let's see who's We've certainly got a stoppage in play. I haven't seen a signal here as a timeout on either side. And it looks like we're going to play on.
Well, I thought that might be a timeout by the referee. Peterson really took a hit, and he laid there for, 5-6 seconds before he got up. And I'm just watching him right now. I hope he's okay.
Here we go. First down goal from the 6. And the give is to Jefferson, and Jefferson is going to be stacked up after a short gain inside the 5 to the 4. Clock rolls. 2 timeouts left for either team. And you would imagine maybe one more snap. If they don't get in here, they'd start using their timeouts. 36 seconds to go. Cheyenne South up here, second goal from our 4, down 4. And the give is to Farmer. Farmer bullies his way ahead, and he's going to be stopped at about the 2.5-yard line, and it's going to be a timeout obviously taken by Cheyenne South. With 24.6 seconds to go, we'll keep it right here. We've come down to cases. It is third down and goal. The ball is spotted at the 3-yard line. 1 timeout left for Cheyenne South. They're down 4. What do you do if you're Coach Fackrell? What do you do if you're Coach Pugh of Cheyenne South?
Well, I think the Bisons are probably going to run the ball, and they've had that success off tackle. So, if I'm the defensive coordinator, I think I'm going to bring the house. I'm going to try and stuff them and get play in the backfield. Try to stop them before they can really get going.
If you are Coach Pugh and you know Coach Fackrell well, they're good friends in the coaching fraternity, which is pretty small here at the 4A level in Wyoming. Do you sense that and maybe call for a bootleg rollout, or do you just play some power football?
Well, that's what I was thinking. That very strategy might not work. He might just stop, take 2 steps back and hit his receiver on a
one of those
outside pattern, and
you could
might be wide open.
Even call for the old Tim Tebow jump pass here if you wanted. Here you go. Third down and 3 for Cheyenne South. They're down 4, 21-17 UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. 3 men in the backfield. The toss, and we are going to smack Jefferson at the 3 for no gain. Surely another timeout is going to be taken by Cheyenne South. It is their final one, and wow, we've come down to this. 4th down and goal, and in fact, they're going to mark that at the 4, so a loss of 1. 4th and goal from the 4. Cheyenne South is out of timeouts. This play, for all intents and purposes, will decide the outcome of this game. Somebody will be 1-0 after this snap. Somebody will be 0-1.
Well, if I was to guess what the Bison are going to run, if they're going to, he's got a soft punt. He's a left-handed thrower, so he's going to roll him to the left, and there'll be 2 receivers in the end zone. One will cut out to the far side, and one will kind of do a button hook, maybe 2-3 yards deep, and he'll have an option of throwing to either one of those guys. What we haven't had is good coverage there in these other touchdowns. So
you mentioned earlier that on a run play you'd bring the house. Here you're thinking they're going to pass. You just don't play this a straight D and just give it your best shot, or what?
Well, yeah, you got to play them tight.
4th down and goal. This is for all the marbles. 17 seconds to go in the game. 21-17 Evanston UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Backfield, receivers left and right. Barker under center. Drops back, looks right, fires. That ball is incomplete.
Yes.
It's incomplete. Is there a flag?
No.
No flags. No laundry. And the Evanston Red Devils take over, can take a knee, and can take a long but fun, delightful bus ride back home to Uintah County, because unless we fumble this snap, we have won ourselves the first football game of 2014. The final should be, with 1 snap and a knee, 21-17 on the road, a 4-point win. How about them Red Devils?
Well, that's why I'm not paid to be an offensive coordinator. He didn't do what I suggested. He went to the opposite side of the field and broke his guy on kind of a slant pattern. The cornerback played it perfectly. As soon as the ball hit him, he threw his arm in there and knocked the ball loose. Great play on the defense.
So Piper will come up, and if we can just, and we've had 7 fumbles in this game, 4 by them, 3 by us, but if we can just get a nice little snap here and a knee, we can go home to Uintah County. There's the snap. There's the knee. 10, 9, 8, 7. Count it down, boys. We're going back to the big 8-2-9-3-0 with a 4-point win on the Uintah Physical Therapy scoreboard. 21-17, the Red Devils on the road move to 1-0 in calendar and season 2014. Tip of the cap to both these teams, both of these coaches. That is the end of the 4th quarter, the end of the game. The 4th quarter brought to you by Morgan Valley Polaris, your Polaris destination, and tonight's final on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston on the road, 21, and the homestanding Cheyenne South Bison, 17. Coming up next on the Floors and More post-game show, we will recap tonight's action and look ahead to next week on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devils football on KNYN 99.1 FM and live online at K-9radio.com. And let me load this next presentation here. We're moving right along here. It's about 10:30, but I tell you, it's sweet to have that victory. We're back in a couple minutes right here, K-9radio.com and the Big Dog 99.1 FM. Evanston with a big win, 21-17 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard.
School teams eat breakfast free and have special room rates. Whenever you're in Evanston for team events, make sure you stay at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Our 7-layer beds will help your team rest easy, and our rates will help your athletic director rest easy. Teams eat breakfast free in our full-service restaurant. You'll sleep well, you'll save money, and you'll eat like a king when your team stays in Evanston at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Call today for your reservations, 307-789-3770.
First impressions matter. When you want to stand out, uniquely brand your business, organization, or team with help from Old West Design inside My Favorite Things at 164 Front Street. Create a professional image with uniforms, golf shirts, t-shirts, hoodies, decals, keychains, koozies, coffee mugs, and more. Manager Natalie Willie Lively and Old West Design help winners dress for success. Inside My Favorite Things, Old West Design, 164 Front Street, Evanston.
Are you dreaming of attending college? Do you really want a career? What are you waiting for? Call the Uinta-Bosse's #1 Education Center. We have a variety of resources to help you. We can help you finance your education. We offer classes from Western Wyoming Community College, University of Wyoming, and Utah State University. We can also proctor all of your tests. You can earn a quality education right here in Evanston. Call Uinta-Bosse's #1 Education Center at 307-789-5742 and ask for me, Carol Borland. I'll help you with all of your educational needs.
Here's a question for you. How do you feel about your smile? Are there things about it you wish you could change? Maybe you can. At Bear River Dental, we want to see your smile, and our unique services can help you get the smile you've always wanted. So be happy. Your perfect smile is just around the corner. Come see us today for your free smile consultation, only at Bear River Dental.
And welcome back, folks. Post-game, 21-17, the final. Evanston with the win on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Your post-game show brought to you by the good folks at Floors and More, and that's formerly the good people at Ogden's Flooring and Design. It's the same good folks, the same great service, prices, and selection, just a new name, and it's also at the same location, 243 7th Street in Evanston. You know, if the in-laws and your family are coming to your house this holiday season, is your kitchen cabinets, are they in need of an update before the kinfolk arrive? Well, the folks at Floors and More, formerly known as Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston, are your countertop cabinet and flooring experts. Let Floors and More make your kitchen beautiful just in time for the holidays. Your family will be in awe. Visit the showroom today. New name, same ownership, Floors and More, 243 7th Street in Evanston. Coming up next, folks, we've got our game highlights brought to you by the good folks at Vision Source and Dr. David Russell. Vision Source and Dr. David Russell, the future's coming. Make sure you see it.
Touchdown! I'm just calling it like I see it. Thanks to Vision Source in Evanston and Dr. Russell, I can see it clearly. Referees aren't the only ones who need good vision. Don't take your eyes for granted. Schedule an appointment today with Dr. Russell at Vision Source in Evanston. Dr. Russell has been helping others see clearly in Evanston for over 11 years. Schedule your appointment today. Vision Source, 916 Main Street, Evanston.
And welcome back, folks. Our game highlights here brought to you by Vision Source and Dr. David Russell. Let's talk about that first half. The highlights there was the right arm of Miles Piper with a couple of touchdowns, Alec Johnson, and of course the other touchdown going to other fine wide receiver Gavin Whitaker. 14-3, we had the lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. David Rowetter at the half. But a sloppy game, 7 turnovers by both teams that really got interesting in the second half as the Cheyenne Bison fought back, had that 17-14 lead. But you talk about a character-building drive. That's what the Red Devils had, and their defense stood up at the end. Talk about that.
Well, you know, how disappointing it was when they were down the 4-yard line and had that holding penalty and brought the ball back, and then they lost. I believe there was a turnover there, and they went down and scored. And the character of these young men to come back and drive that ball down and retake the lead, I think Coach is going to be very, very proud of these young men and how they fought back.
And, David, I'm going to have to remove your headgear, man, because we've got the man of the hour, a guy with not a lot of hairs on his head but a big smile on his face. That's Coach Pat Fackrell, who got a big road win. He and his staff and his kids and the program getting the win tonight at the last second, 21-17. Your defense, your offense showing up here. We had a delay before the game, a long road trip, getting a W. Talk about it, Coach.
Yeah, we left a lot of points on the board tonight out on the field. Defensively, we had some miscues that hurt us. But I was telling our kids, what I'm happy with is the resiliency of those kids to battle. You know, they never got after each other. They just coached each other. It was a good team win. Like I said, we've got a lot of improvement. Man of the hour, I think, from Miles to Alec. Gavin caught a nice ball. It is what it is. We'll always take a win. It's 1-0 in 2014, and so our goal now is we got to move forward.
Coach, when you've got a quarterback who is his first full year as a starter, throws 2 touchdowns in the first half on the road.
Should have had 4. You know.
Sounds like a coach should have had 4, but very impressive, a couple of them.
Yeah. As much as he made good throws, those receivers went after the football. And that's what I guess that's what my excitement, you know, from our passing game is. It seemed like our receivers wanted to go get the football, and that hasn't happened for us for a while. And they work on that every day before practice, is throwing that little ball. And, you know, Gavin makes a heck of a catch down here in this end zone. You know, Alec does a great job. You know, really, like I said, and wish we could run the ball a little better inside the tackles. I thought Hiram ran the ball well on the edge. But lots of things we can improve on.
And Tons. I know, Coach, both teams turned it over. There was no interceptions, but 7 fumbles, 4 for them, 3 for us. Was that the slick surface? Is it sloppy ball handling? Is it good defense? Is it a combination? What's your thought?
No, I lack of focus, I think, on our end a little bit. And that's the frustrating part is, like I said, we left a lot of points out here. Defensively, we did some things to get the ball in a good position. But we just got to do a better job. Like I said before, the keys for us was to not turn it over. And I think if we don't turn that ball over 3 times, there should be a few more on the board. And you know, like I said, 1-0, you never complain. The best part is we can get better.
And the great thing about a win like this is you got the win. That's great. You're 1-0, but you've got your kids' attention. There's a lot to work on. Yeah. So you're not fat and happy coming back, but you're still 1-0.
Well, and like our kids said down here, they're happy it's 1-0. What they're proud of is they never gave the quit. You know, South's a much improved football team right now. They are. They're big and strong. We got a few plays that helped us. Had a few things go against us that we're sure not very happy about.
That's a diplomatic way to say it in the coach's show. We appreciate that. You're not very happy about it.
But like I said, we'll watch film and there's a lot to coach. I'm happy that our kids didn't let that affect them, and they played 4 quarters. They played all the way down to the 3-yard line. And for us to fight like that is a great thing. And what that is, that's just giant steps for our senior class, those 16 seniors that came together 3 weeks ago and started to go out to just our camp, out to Coach Guild's place and had a leadership thing. That's what all that meant. And I think they can kind of see that a little bit, what it means to rely on your buddy. And I really believe when we got down to that goal line stand, it's what it took, is you had to trust your buddy.
You know, I'm old enough, Coach, and being from the Southeast, remembering when Georgia had a big stand to win the SEC in the early 80s, and that's what it felt like. You guys had to hunker down there on defense, and those kids gave it everything they had because their only goal was to get in the end zone. Your only goal is to keep them out. Something had to give, and you guys got the win there.
I'm proud of our kids. I really am.
Coach, before you go, a message to Red Devil Nation. We need to fill those seats Friday night as we got a tough opponent coming
We
in.
do. Gillette, always such a quality football program. They're just so traditionally strong. Get a big crowd there. I know our kids will be pumped up. They've had our number the last few years, and they had our number for a lot of points last year. Our kids are working extremely hard. They know right now the things that we have to improve on. And so I'm excited to see our week of practice because I think those 16 seniors are going to drive that team hard Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I'm excited for our week of practice, and I'm excited to see us go out and compete again next Friday night.
That's the head coach if you're undefeated 1-0.
Thank you
Evanston
very much.
Red Devils.
Thanks
Coach
for coming over.
Matt Fackrell, appreciate all the hard work, Coach, that you and your staff and your kids and all the administrators, fans, parents put into it. This is truly a community program, and we thank you so much. Let's get back to our post-game show. Obviously want to let Coach jump in anytime he gets up here. And we went over the highlights, folks, and again, I want to thank the good Dr. David Russell and his fine practice at Vision Source for those highlights as well. Coming up next, we're going to visit with Coach Fackrell's boss, the fine activities director, Bubba O'Neill, and he taped an interview earlier with me that a little overview before the season of all the programs in the fall. And right now, though, we'll take a break and come back with that interview with Coach O'Neill. This is, of course, the post-game show brought to you by our good friends at Floors and More on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Red Devil football on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM KNYN, and live online at k-9radio.com.
As you know, vehicles require maintenance to run properly. Brakes, differential, cooling systems, transmissions, and power steering each require fluid. Vehicles also have lots of parts, fuel lines, brakes and headlights, wipers, and more. And don't forget oil changes. For all your vehicle tune-ups and maintenance, trust the professionals at Big O Tires of Evanston.
Hey, this is Dennis down here at Big O Tires, 607 West Cheyenne Drive. Just give us a call, make an appointment, and we'd love to see you.
Big O Tires of Evanston, the team you trust.
Wrecking your car can be a real headache, not to mention the stress. Whether you've had major damage or a fender bender, we can fix it. Let us relieve the stress. We'll work directly with your insurance company and have you back up and running quickly. Plus, we guarantee our work. Stop in for an estimate today. It only takes about 10 minutes and it's free. T-Bar S Body Shop on Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, across from the cemetery. 789-2639.
Welcome back post-game, and our Red Devil Sports Update is brought to you by our good friends at Aspen Grove Nursery, and really appreciate Coach Kishbaugh, Judd Kishbaugh, the owner of Aspen Grove, of course, proud father of a victorious Red Devil tonight, Will Kishbaugh and his mates, the 21-17 win over a very game and lively Cheyenne South team. Aspen Grove Nursery, we know what grows, and right now we know what plays. Is the Bubba O'Neill interview from earlier this week. Going to recap a look at a preview of Red Devil activities and athletics for the fall of 2014.
Time for another edition of On the Level with the Chief Red Devil, the Bubba O'Neill Show, our weekly chat with the activities director for Evanston Schools. Bubba, thanks for your time.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Let's start off with some sweet music. I love me some high school football, but without the marching band, Pigskin in the Fall would be severely lacking. Talk about Rich Garcia and his fine program.
High school football in America would not be high school football in America without a marching band. And Mr. Garcia does a fantastic job of preparing his kids with limited resources. Really, it's not Texas high school football, and they're not spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in the band program. But he does a fantastic job of preparing our kid and doing a great show on Friday nights.
Another wonderful activity, cheerleading. Many of these young ladies have the athleticism and flexibility that rival the skill set of many a traditional athlete. Discuss the job that Coach Chris Welling does with the cheer team.
We've transitioned from a yell leading or cheer leading group to a competition group, and Chris has done a great job of blending those two to make sure we have both in our gyms and then on our field. I think she's done a fantastic job in her time here.
Coach, one of the many blessings we as Americans often take for granted is the First Amendment, but the folks on the speech team led by Coach Jared Chandler certainly appreciate the right to speak one's mind. Give us an overview of that excellent program.
It's a long season, and Jared has done a great job. I know that if you look at it, it's the longest program as far as time is concerned. He's produced some fantastic speakers, some that have gone on to the national competitions. Jared's done a great job, and it's a long year, and he'll just be getting started here in a month or two.
Golf in Wyoming, you've got to contend with the wind, the weather, the rain, maybe even some snow at times. Coach Jerry Carroll, a veteran leader for that squad, already has them a second-place finish at Riverton. Those guys have traditionally done very, very well.
Coach Carroll is a hard worker. He's very well prepared. He's organized, and he's a competitor, and year in and year out, he's going to put a quality program out there, and they're going to compete very well, and that's the expectation, and I see it each and every year.
A whole new set of coaches in the aquatics department, and I know that excited to see what those folks, led by Coach Cole with the girls, can do.
Coach Cole, Coach Levine, and Coach Smith, 3 new coaches in the girls program. I really like the way that they coach. There's some caring in what they do. Obviously, they're very meticulous. I think that potentially this group of girls are going to grow more than any other program that we have because it is new, and you do get that on occasion.
Ryan Berger has got both the boys and girls cross-country programs. Boys probably a few steps, pun intended, if you will, ahead of the girls at this point, but both programs looking to make some strides again in 2014.
Sure. I know Coach Berger has been excited about this particular group of seniors and them coming through. I know he's got some young kids as well that potentially could be great runners, but I know he's really excited about this group of seniors. It's going to be fun to see them progress during the year and see where they finish in the end. He does a great job. He's a high-energy guy. You can see that in his kids. He's a high-energy guy, which leads to high energy in his kids.
Got some athletes on that volleyball team. The ladies, led by Coach Tara Lawler, are looking at an experienced senior class and also an all-state returner, the current junior Ashley Thornock. And the girls playing above the net this year, looking to make some noise in 4A.
Again, traditionally pretty tough, and potentially they could be a very good volleyball team. I look to see them compete. They always do compete very well. We'll really get a chance to see that here. It's coming quickly, and it's exciting. I think if Coach Lawler is excited about her girls program and the potential, that says a lot. She knows more about her program than any of us, but I see it as they're very athletic, they're very long, and so they potentially could be a great team. Again, we don't know until they get their season started.
And finally, Coach, the flagship program of the fall is Pigskin on the Gridiron. Coach Pat Fackrell and his excellent staff are excited about this squad. I know you saw the red-white game. Talk about that.
Speed out there, more speed than we've had in a while. Throwing and catching very well. We have big kids. It's nice to see big kids in your program, which we haven't had in a while. But I know Coach Fackrell's excited. His staff's excited. Again, it goes back to potential. Potentially they could be pretty good. And what you look like in shorts and T-shirts is a lot different than in a game situation where you put the helmet and pads on and go out and you start hitting. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes on this Friday night.
That's another edition of On the Level with the Chief Red Devil, Bubba O'Neill, the Fine Activities Director for Evanston Schools. Coach, thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for having me.
And that was, of course, the Red Devil Sports Update here on the Floors and More post-game show. And Floors and More, again, formerly Ogden's Flooring and Design. They're the same good folks in the same location. Next, we will chat. We already did chat with Red Devil head coach Pat Fackrell. We appreciate him coming up, and that was very kind of him to come up here after that hard-fought victory. Tell you what, folks, what we are going to do now is take another quick break and come back with a look ahead at what's going on in the week to come in Red Devil athletics. We'll be right back on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of a Red Devil football on the Big Dog 99.1 FM KNYN and K-9radio.com.
The vehicle parts you need when you need them at the newly expanded parts department at Castle Rock Chevrolet in Evanston. Genuine GM and aftermarket parts. Parts for all vehicles, from ranch hand grill guards to running boards, from alternators to transmissions. If Castle Rock doesn't have it now, it'll be here by tomorrow. And Castle Rock offers free delivery within 50 miles.
We're Castle Rock.
If you want, we can install most accessories within 24 hours. CastleRockChevy.com.
MyLocalRadio.com is Southwest Wyoming and Northeast Utah's top website and the best source for local area news, weather, sports, and community events. And that's not all. MyLocalRadio.com features thousands of photographs of Wyoming and Utah high school events, from speech and drama competitions to local events, sports and activities, and much more. Check it out today and see what MyLocalRadio.com has for you.
And welcome back post-game, folks. Time now for a look ahead. A week in Red Devil Athletics brought to you by the good people at Aspen Grove Nursery. We know what grows. We know what happened tonight. 21-17 win on Unit Physical Therapy scoreboard. Red Devils over the Cheyenne South Bison by 4 here at Frontier Field. Football next week. We'll have it again on the Big Dog and online at K-9 Radio. Campbell County, that's I believe Gillette as they're commonly referred to in the Cowboy State, coming in to Evanston, as I get a nod from a guy who's been around these parts just a little bit longer than I have. At Evanston, 7 o'clock. His kick will have coverage at 6:25. It's our first home game, first game in the month of September. A great month for sports, as we got the pennant races and baseball, football getting going, and basketball practice just a little bit down the road. Volleyball, the ladies, Evanston at Cokeville. Wednesday at 7, we'll have that one, again, on the Big Dog and K-9radio.com. And then Star Valley comes a-calling to Evanston, Red Devil Gym at 6 o'clock on Thursday. Cross country, and we mentioned that we had the boys finish 1-2 in that race. 4 boys in the top 15, and the girls had a good showing as well. Tip of the cap, a long distance. Coach Berger, if you're out there listening to some of your kids, way to go. Outstanding stuff. Very proud of you guys. Evanston is at the Wyoming Indian Invite in Riverton, 4 p.m. on Friday, 5 September, a week from tonight. And at the Soda Springs Invite, times to be announced Saturday, 6 September, up there in the Gem State of Idaho. Girls swimming, Evanston at Lyman, 5 o'clock Tuesday, and the day after Labor Day, and at the Lyman Invite on Saturday, 6 September. So the bus driver should know how to get to Lyman after a couple of trips within 1 week. Golf, Jerry Carroll, and here's guys. Evanston is at the Green River Invite, noon Thursday, and then 9 a.m. Friday. JV level football, Campbell County, again, that's Gillette, comes a-calling Evanston 9 a.m. next Saturday, and volleyball at the JV level, Evanston at Cokeville at 6 on Wednesday, Star Valley at Evanston 5 on Thursday. And again, thank you to Aspen Grove Nursery. We know it grows, for sponsoring our look ahead at Red Devil Athletics. That does conclude the post-game show, brought to you by the good folks at Floors and More, formerly Ogden's Flooring and Design. It's the same good folks, same location, just a new name. The preceding has been a wholly owned production of Old West Media Incorporated and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the aforementioned rights holders. Once again, our final tonight from Frontier Field, Bison Stadium in Cheyenne on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard is Evanston 21 and Cheyenne South 17. Join us again next week from Evanston when the Red Devils host the Gillette, a.k.a. Campbell County Camels, in the 2014 Gridiron Home Opener. Pre-game 6:25. Kickoff at 7. Tonight's executive producer, Val Cook. We'd also like to thank our sales team of Julie Burley and Alex Faini, office manager Kayleen Anderson, IT director Brandon Misleviich, K80Q sports director Ryan Steinecker, general manager Warren Cook, plus Kim Fisher, Willie Lively, and Adam Jackson. I want to thank our fine board op tonight as well. Gabby Bowie back at the controls for analyst David Rowetter, videographer Trevor Goik, and spotter Caroline Goik. I'm play-by-play man AP Harold, reminding all Evanston fans that pitchforks will rise. Go Red Devils. And let's give you a little music to get us on out of here and on back to Uinta County, folks. The final 21-17 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Thanks to everybody, our sponsors, fans, coaches, players, parents, alums, and benefactors. A big win on the road, 21-17 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. So long until next week.
You've been listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Red Devil football on KNYN FM 99.1, the Big Dog in Country, with live streaming video online at K-9radio.com. Today's game brought to you by Castle Rock Chevrolet, Old West Design, Big O Tires of Evanston, Western Wyoming Community College, Old West Media, Best Western Dunbar Inn, the Legal Tender Restaurant, Uinta Bosie's #1 education center, and by T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Pitchforks will rise.